Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Simon, and Joe. My wonderful players, how is everyone doing today? It was very sad having to skip over two names there. How is everyone doing today?
I'm scared.
Ready to get traumatized.
Yay!
I'll be honest, I'm gonna snack on some crisps while this starts because I'm now.
This is fine.
You've had your trauma.
Food for like half an hour.
Barty had his trauma last time.
I have quite a long last time on, so if you won't mind, I'm going to read through it quite fairly quickly. You may want to listen because it's been 2 weeks since we last did anything, so it'll be worth listening in. Excuse me. Last time, the Strangelings faced the Plague Doctor and his goons in an epic battle in the underground lair hidden deep beneath the frozen wasteland of Miaro. They fought hard, with Elsie almost being torn down in battle, but being quickly saved by Ray and eventually defeated the skull-faced Lich. Searching a little more around the rest of the base, they found the phylactery of the Plague Doctor and destroyed it, and furthermore found the 2 Truket stones they had been searching for. Feeling safe, they stayed the night in the hideout, with Barty making part of it a sanctuary for just-in-case reasons, and planned to head off the next day. But during the night, Ray was met by the same creature that Elsie had seen recently, of purple skin and a calming presence. They claimed that with the stones and some land untouched by human hands, the Strangelings could summon them and they could give much-needed information about the stones and the recent threat. Tavris told them he had been given word from Lord outlining the question he had recently on extending a life. Apparently, there were reports of people somehow extending their lives in the north of Dina Ifaro, so he was keen to go on a solo personal mission to check this out. Having dropped Tav in Dina Ifaro and said a temporary goodbye, the party headed to the north of Demore, to the rainforest, where they were certain no one had been before. They cast the required spell, and behold, the creature appeared in illusion. They told the party that their name was Hesag, and they were the creator of life. They told the story of the old 10 gods who created Gel and destroyed each other in a war over this land. All except for one, Bexlan, the creator of chaos, who is now weak and powerless, but trying to take back over Gel with help from a champion. Hesag explained that Elsie's powerful magic was what brought them back to consciousness, and now they needed to work together to stop Bexlan. And with that, the connection faded and Hesag said their goodbye. But the fun didn't stop there. As Ray approached the stones, they blasted out a wave of power, and the party noticed that reality around them was peeling away to show a new scene. They were on a ship, the Falcon, in the captain's quarters. They found that everything was on fire and destroyed, and all of the Strangelings, those who had left and those around now, apart from Barty, Felix, and Ray, were dead. Barty had to watch as Ray and Felix were impaled by giant ballista bolts and killed before the world peeled away to a dinner table at Elsie's family home. This scene was happy, with much of the family around and laughing, but took a dark turn as everything started to portray Elsie's worst anxieties, leaving her distraught as the world peeled away once more. I told you it was a long one. Bexlan, the creator of cows. Bexlan, the creator of chaos. So yes, we start today. We're getting right into this as the world around you peels away from the dining room of
More like the dying room.
Honestly, kind of true. One of them's dead.
Fuck
Anyway,
off.
we're back into serious mode. No puns. The scene peels away to a rather interesting-looking aesthetic. Sorry, I'm smiling because I know who's going to be reacting. They're standing in a forest, but not one that any of them would recognize on Gel. They are surrounded by thick brush and trees with unusual colors. I'm saying they. I'll switch that to you. You are surrounded by thick brush and trees with unusual colors, and you can see a 30-foot cliff and waterfall descending to a pond and a small stream, which goes deeper into the forest. The pond has a small, sandy, gravelly shore, which seems inviting, as the sand gently glistens in the sun. On the opposite side is an incredible sight, a giant, pale, twisting tree that almost seems to engulf a very impressive treehouse. As you stand in this peaceful grove, listening to the various sounds of animals and the wind breathing gently on your neck, you hear a voice. It says, "There you are. How dare you make me wait?" Followed by a little giggle. Standing at the base of the treehouse is a figure. It's a fair-skinned gnome woman with bright pink hair in a large undercut shaved on either side. They have a goth-esque aesthetic, but a lot of the usual black-colored elements are more colorful with pinks and purples. The rest of the clothes are black and fairly simple in design except for the dark green waist-length cloak. She's smiling at Ray, but seems to suddenly see the rest of the group and get shy. Oh, you brought friends. Hi everyone, I'm Flora. She says as she gets closer to Ray and grips Ray's hand tightly with anxiety.
Ray's just crying.
Ray's crying. She looks at you and says, "Why are you crying? I wasn't actually annoyed at you. I didn't mean to. I know you wouldn't be late on purpose. Is everything okay?"
Yeah, everything's fine.
This is your friends.
These are the strangelings.
Oh, I don't
Sorry,
recognize. She's looking at Barty. I don't recognize.
He's just crying, just sad.
Why is everybody crying? I don't recognize some of these races.
They're
I feel
from.
Like I've missed something.
Felix isn't crying, but there's a sad emoji.
There's different worlds, and they're from another world. I've been away.
It's only been a week since we saw each other. What have you been up to?
Sorry, I'm really confused. When is this? What was the last conversation we had?
Well, last week when we started talking about, leaving.
Okay, well, we need to... I think I know how to get back. We can go to a whole nother world. That is exactly what we were hoping for. We just didn't know how.
Ray, you know how to get home? I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah. I think so. Do you want to go now? Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's already be gone.
I don't understand what's going on.
Same.
I'm very confused. But if you are ready to go, we can... These are my friends, and they're going to help us.
I'm just gonna walk over, and I'm just gonna try and touch her arm.
Yeah, you touch her arm. She's a little oh, hi.
And it feels like she's really there.
Hi, I'm Flora.
This is Barty.
She's quite small, just looking up at you, just with a bit of a awkward, shy face.
Do you have things?
Is this someone that you know?
This is Flora.
Where you're from?
Yeah. This is my home.
I
don't think that we're really here.
Well, it kind of feels like we are.
If we're really here, we're about to be attacked by a massive black dragon. If we're not really here, then this is all in our heads.
Flora, grab your things. We need to go.
I don't understand.
I can explain later. There's a lot to tell you.
I can't leave here yet, though. We're not ready. I still have things to prepare. So do you.
We don't really have the time. I'm sorry. I don't know how long this is. Yes.
Right, I will attempt to grapple Flora to pick her up and just carry her.
No. Ray's not letting you do that. Ray is grasping onto her hand and not letting go.
Yeah.
Okay, if you are already pulling her forward, that's fine. But if she's just kind of stood still and not going anywhere, then we've got to get out of here.
No, she will come along, and she's just I don't understand. Where are we going?
To be fair, yeah. Where are we going? So I don't know how we got here.
We can't go into the forest. You know if there's dangers in there.
We don't have to.
Wait, I can. If we're not in the empty plane, if we're where you're from, I can take us back to one of the sanctuaries, but we will be attacked when we get there.
Does it work across planes?
We're not on a different plane. It's distance.
I don't know. Is there anything that we should grab?
How are you thinking of getting us back?
I have that spell that I prepared just in case.
Oh.
I think I told you guys
Oh.
about it. The Dream of the Blue Veil?
Yes, I remember. How long is that going to take?
It takes 6 hours, but I don't know if we're going to be here that long.
Okay.
I don't know why
We
we're
can go
here. I
now.
don't know how we're here.
Do we want to go now? I want to go now.
Let's go up to the treehouse first, just in case. Just everybody grab each other's hand, in case.
So you all hold hands, including Zegith and Elsie. They are there as well, just being nice and quiet. And you all go over to this big warp twisting tree and
I imagine
go
Elsie's
into-
had things to think about.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, you go up into what is it's kind of more like an apartment than a treehouse. It's very large, it's very impressive, and very, very nice overall. And Flora, when she gets up there, just goes and sits down on a little sort of like seating area and sort of looks over and just like, can we just sit and talk? I haven't seen you in a week, and I'm confused, and I'm a little scared, and I don't understand what's going on.
Alright. I haven't seen you in 4 years.
What do you mean 4 years? It hasn't been 4 years.
I don't know how I'm here. I don't know what's happening, honestly. 4 years ago.
Okay.
No, not at all. The day that I came back here, you weren't here. And I don't know what happened. And to be here again now, and you being here is... I don't know. Scary? You're leaving?
You're scaring me.
I'm sorry,
Can't we just sit for a bit?
Yeah?
Are you already sat down, or are you sitting down?
Yeah, sitting down, holding her hand
Already
across
sat
the
down, or
table.
are you sitting across the table? No, she comes around to sit. I was imagining more of like a sofa area rather than
Sure.
like a dining area.
Yeah.
She comes over close to you and cuddles up next to you. Puts her head on your shoulder and sort of like gets as close as possible. And there's a little pause. I'm sure the rest of you are kind of just either standing around or sitting down, just like, this is okay. We shall. It's okay. I think Zegith is currently consoling Elsie, who's also a little bit distraught. And there's a little pause before Flora kind of just half looks up to you as much as she can on you, and just looks you in the eyes and you realize there's a lot of sadness building up. You've known her for a long time. You recognize her emotions, and there's a lot of sadness, but some distance in there. And she just looks at you and says, Ray, I miss you so much,
I miss you too. I'm not going away anymore.
She just, continuing to look in your eyes, just says, life is so empty with you not around. I hope you find me one day. It's just so cold. Can you?
I am going to cast silence on them.
You're going to cast nothing because your magic doesn't work.
That's what I was wondering.
She's still looking up at you. Just says, "Can you stay a while? I don't want you to go. It's been so lonely for so long." And as she's looking at you with like just a little tear sort of rolling down her cheek, you start to notice from the corner of your eye just a little bit of the world peeling away, as you've recognized twice over now. You're holding on to her tight. She's holding on to you tight, and it just sort of starts to peel away. You, from Ray's perspective, you see the treehouse fades away, and like you're further away, closer in. You see your friends start to peel a little bit, although they're obviously standing in whatever the new scene is, and it just sort of closes in closer and closer until you see the sort of very Thanos snap style, the extremities of her fingers and such fading away. And just as she's almost completely gone, she, 2 tears down her face at this point, just looks up to you and just goes, "Please find me," and then fades away.
You.
The scene has peeled away into an oddly fancy-looking bedroom. The walls are wallpapered with light blue paper, with flowers and vines on it near the bottom, and the bed is some sort of fancy wood, four-poster carved with all sorts of twists and turns, and a very, very, very fluffy mattress. Obviously very expensive. There's a large desk in the corner, next to the humongous balcony window, looking out across some green land leading to a white sand beach looking out to the sea. Zegith looks around and goes, "This is my old room." Next to the large carved door is a bag, fairly large, with a bedroll and presumably clothes and books inside. Zegith tells you that he remembers this day. It's the day that he left home and the last time that he saw his parents, specifically his mother, before she died. He opens up the door and starts leading through almost autonomously, as if just mesmerized by these old memories, which you would know are around 15 years ago for him, onto, I don't know how to describe it other than a balcony walkway. You know these very fancy hallways where you go up some stairs and it's just like this sort of like outer rim of the first floor British, second floor American is sort of just a balcony in its own right. It has these all sorts of fancy paintings, this gigantic chandelier, marble floors, giant wooden steps, all leading to a hallway. But as you walk through, you notice that it is quiet. Very strangely quiet. In fact, nothing's making noise apart from your voices. You don't have footsteps. The door didn't make a noise. If you hit into something, nothing is making noise at all. In fact, it's almost slightly intimidating that the only thing you can hear is each other's breathing. Zegith leads down the stairs with a furrowed brow and no words to the main hall, looking for apparently anyone. When he gets to the bottom, he calls out, "Father?" which echoes through these gigantic halls of this evidently very large mansion for just a little bit too long. Without looking back to you guys, he opens up the main double doors and steps outside, and again, there is no noise, no birds, no waves, no wind, even though as you guys step outside, you can feel a breeze. But as you move further outside, you start to recognize a single sound, and only one sound that isn't from you guys. The sound of someone softly sobbing. As if ignoring you at this point, Zegith keeps walking out of the grounds of the estate, listening and obviously trying to follow this sound. He moves around the side of the house, moving past bush sculptures, water features, courtyards, and an incredible scene of fanciness. As you are standing outside here, you realize this is a very, very expensive and very large mansion, which I don't think any of you are surprised by. And as he's walking, whoever's closest to him will hear him sort of mutter, It's my mother. This is the day I left. She was angry at me for wanting to leave, but she wanted me to stay. I remember hearing her sobbing as I walked out the front door, but I just kept walking. I'll be honest, I didn't understand why she was angry. I couldn't face her, and I left. The last conversation I had with her before she died was an argument. My last words were, "I hope I never see you again." And he just keeps walking into the courtyard, further and further. Eventually, partway through the grounds, you all see a figure in the distance. A woman dressed in a fancy dress with her face in her hands. And as you approach, she runs away behind a bush. And as you get round the corner behind this bush, you see absolutely no sign of where she went. Zegith, powering forward, keeps following these intermittent images of this same woman running behind trees, bushes, but each time, no idea where she's gone. But as you walk into a forest, past the edges of what is evidently their estate, you realize that the colors of the trees go from green and brown to a purple and black, the air becoming freezing cold. Zegith keeps going, following this figure as it runs away, The plants start dripping this black ooze, the silence still only being broken by the sobbing. Until eventually, you turn a corner and see the same figure on her knees in a small opening of these trees. The forest is still purple and black except for a ring around the woman, which almost seems to radiate with the leaves on the ground and the trees being golden and a single beam of light illuminating the woman from the skies. Zegith walks over to this lady as a few tears obviously fall down his cheeks, and as he approaches and crosses the circle, he seems to shed his skin in this similar way to the way that the world has been transforming, this peeling away in a gross way, like an outer layer is being peeled away, and reveals a much thinner, smartly dressed Zegith, looking somewhere around 18 years old. He falls down to his knees in front of her, and you vaguely hear him whisper something along the lines of, "I'm so sorry, Mother. I'm so sorry, and I miss you so much. I never wanted to hurt you." And he just falls into her arms, crying as this figure looks up, showing a beautiful complexion with these very kind but very hurt eyes, obviously red from crying, as they embrace. And as that moment seems to last for just a second, the golden circle surrounding them both starts expanding, transforming the decaying purple and black forest into golds and browns, and the sounds of birds and insects filling the air as a warm breeze starts to pass through. And then the fabric of the world starts to peel away one more time. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm just yet again destroying everybody. We shall continue. The world peels away into a rather small storage room of some kind. There are shelves all around holding pots, some large, some small, some so large that they are instead resting on the ground. All of you that are standing there, Ray, Barty, Zegith, and Elsie at this point, will notice that you see each other, but not Felix. Through the silence, however, you once again can hear a slight whimpering sound, but this time from what is evidently a much younger child. You look around for a little bit, and eventually, looking through the various pots, behind pots, on the shelves, you look inside one of these large pots and see a young child, maybe 9 years old, seemingly unable to get out of this pot that they've climbed into. The boy has messy, muddy, red-brown hair and a rather gaunt look to him. He's wearing very simple, slightly ripped and patched clothing as he looks up to you with these sad, brown eyes. And as you look into this pot, the four of you that are there, the whole of the environment around you will start to go black as all of the pots and shelves fade away, including the one you're looking into, leaving only you and the boy. And as the boy looks up at all of you, tears and fear in his eyes, you'll notice that he's aged a little bit, maybe around 16 years old now. His muscles are visibly degraded and his bones showing through his skin. He seems to struggle to hold himself up on his own, having to stay kneeling and hunched, curled up on the floor. You're welcome to say some words, if you wish, to the child on the floor.
Are you okay?
I can't move. No,
You're muted.
no, I'm not.
Not you.
I said, is it recognizably Felix's voice?
Yeah, the voice that comes out is comparable to that of Felix, though younger and much weaker.
I can try to help. Try to cast Healing Word.
Again, your magic isn't working in any way.
I will also try and cast Greater Restoration.
Unfortunately, nothing happens. As you lean down trying to help Felix on the floor, this darkness around you suddenly grows cold, and you all feel this dread as voices start just appearing from the distance, undiscernibly from any direction, saying things like, "No one's coming to save you. You're all alone. You're going to die here." These whispers continuing, layering, getting aggressive and frequent, almost turning into white noise as you see Felix lying on the ground, these already degraded muscles just seeming to get smaller and smaller, him getting more and more gaunt, almost fully to the bone as he continues to stay curled up on the ground, unable to hold himself up and seemingly dying.
I will scoop him up in my
Then
arms.
you go to scoop him up in your arms as the scene starts to peel away. Once again, the small boy in front of you peels away to a very large robot that you struggle to lift. And you are standing back in the rainforest. Ray, you are leaning over the stones where you were last left, and the rest of you are standing wherever you were standing at the point the stones pulsed outwards.
Oof.
Ray, come back.
That.
Leave them alone. Don't touch them. Please.
Leave them here.
Well, let's just leave them there for now. But we can watch them. But those things are evil. I don't
we'll
want to go near them.
never again. Wow.
I think they're evil.
I do.
Sigith pokes up and says, "To be fair, our godly friend did say they have the ability to affect minds. I don't think there's inherent evil to them, just power."
I couldn't disagree with you more, Zegith. I think that those things wanted to hurt us.
All of the situations were awful.
Yeah. If it was just, reaches into our minds and does stuff to, things that we saw or felt, they were, that would have been random. Those things wanted to hurt us.
I agree.
In the worst possible way.
And they did.
I mean, in part, but would I be wrong in saying all of those were just our own anxieties?
Well, sort of. I'm not. I don't think I'm ever going to go back to that place.
But you don't want to go back there. I don't
Well,
know.
of course I don't want to go back there.
I'm not going to pretend to understand what the hell just happened. I am exhausted, as I'm sure we all are.
I want to go back home.
Elsie looks up and says, "I want to go see my parents. Can I go home, please?"
I wish I could go see my parents.
Will one of you mage hand those things into the bag of holding, and we'll just
Never
not
talk with
touch
us
them?
again.
Just mage hand them. I don't know about the bag of holding. Don't know how
I
it
can
will
see-
affect it.
I can see why Hestek's so keen to keep those away from whatever the hell his name was.
Yeah.
I think we should give them to him. I think that was horrendous.
You
Give
think
him
we
to
should
him, make him live his worst fears and his worst
It only
memories,
affects.
and
Didn't she say it only affected weaker minds? What if he could inflict that on other people?
Besides, the one that wants them is one of these old gods. I'm not convinced that'll do the same thing to them.
Yeah, I
Just
don't want
gonna
to give
mage
them
hand them.
power.
Yeah, you pick them both up and put them in the bag of holding. They just plop in nice and gently. No reaction.
Oh,
And I'll
Dear.
tell Bertain that we're on the way back to the place he
Yeah.
dropped us off.
You walk back through the forest in what I imagine is one of the quietest walks you've ever made. Hearing leaves crunch beneath your feet, birds and animals making fairly happy noises, but just generally distraught from the events. You make it back to the ship, all teleport up. Captain Bertain can immediately see that the vibe has changed and doesn't ask. He just The only thing he asks as he turns over to you is, "Where to?" Which the answer immediately from Elsie is just, "Veluna, I have to go home." And he, unless any of you argue, he just starts up the engines and heads off home on what will probably be around 8 hours of traveling. As usual, there is the opportunity to, you know, talk on this trip, but I have a feeling most of you are going to sit down and not do anything.
Going straight to bed.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna cast silence in a dome around where I sleep, so
That's
not...
fair. That's fair. Any of the other views do anything?
No.
Plug onto the vase and like meditate and play.
Yeah. You hug onto the vase and you try to levitate, but you find as you try to levitate, your power is gone. You very quickly realize that whatever it may have been residual power or whatever connection you had to your old patron it's been severed. There is no connection. You are about as helpless as you've ever felt with no magical power, apart from your bardic power.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not telling anyone yet.
Yeah, you just sort of sit there. One thing you do notice, though, for the first time in, I don't know, however many years, you're tired. You're very
Get to bed and
tired.
sleep.
And as the 8 hours pass along, I don't think you even notice that you just fall to sleep, sitting on the edge of the against the side of the boat, probably. Around like 5 hours later, not having quite made it, there's a little sort of like poke into your shoulder, and you hear a little, "Ray, you okay?"
What?
You wake up to Zegeth standing next to you. You okay?
Oh no, I'm exhausted.
I don't mean to overstep, but you're never tired. You sleeping?
My oh so lovely patron seems to have decided to revoke her powers. Just the cherry on top of a otherwise great day.
I'm sure you don't want to talk about that right now.
I can't even process it right.
That's fair enough. I can get Barty maybe to make some food. That makes me feel better.
Not right now.
Some wine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Back to sleep.
I'll go get some more. He wanders away, comes back with a bottle and a glass, and just pops them down next to you and just walks away again.
Thank you.
Felix has got into bed. He doesn't.
Yeah,
He doesn't need to sleep it, but out
he's just well,
out of comfort sake,
probably
really.
struggled to get into one of the hammocks. So is he just lying on the floor, like beneath the hammock? just
I just like pulled down one of the hammocks and like used it as like a blanket over me.
Yeah,
I don't need a blanket, but
No.
it's for comfort.
Yeah. You're also heavy enough that you're less likely to like slide around with the movement of the ship. Eventually, a few hours later, you arrive back in Veluna. Elsie, almost wordlessly, he's obviously having already spoken to Zegeth, just teleports down and just goes home. She mentions to you that, she will send a message via, however, someone will send a message to you when she is feeling better, but she just needs her family right now. Which I'm sure you're all very accepting of.
Yeah.
And then...
Alex, you're a dickhead.
Yeah. And then... Zegeth, are you all collecting up? Are you all staying? I mean, it's been about 8 hours since, you started traveling. You're probably all still in the ship. Zegeth will be out on the main deck, probably with Ray. Are the rest of you joining, or...?
Yeah.
Yeah? No?
Stay in bed until teleporting down.
Fair enough. So Zegeth to the other two just says, "So, what now?"
question.
It didn't just play on my anxieties, it also weirdly gave me a little bit of hope. So we need to fix this teleportation problem.
I will put my research hours into this, although I still have absolutely no idea where to start.
I don't either, but I'm going to help. I can't do anything else right now anyway.
I'll, do my best. Shall we, I don't know, go to Etch's place? Or, in fact, no, we don't need to anymore. Shall we go to the guild hall, sleep,
Yeah.
rest? I feel like we all need a break, regardless of the world being in potential turmoil. I think none of us are going to be any sort of use right now.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I'll go get Bertie. Zegith walks into the little... have you just been recasting the silence bubble? Or how long does that last?
It lasts an hour, so it would have just been me getting to the bears, casting it, and going to sleep for like a long rest for the 8 hours.
Yeah. So you're awoken to a gentle sort of like tap on the shoulder. Zegith's voice is like, Bertie?
Just probably still a very wet face going, okay, I'm coming. Are we home?
We are home. We are going to go to the guild hall and pause.
Okay.
It's,
I'll go to the teleport. I'll just start walking.
He follows you out. You teleport down, and I'm sure it's again a very sort of quiet walk over to the guild hall. Walk inside, unlock it, walk inside. Various, like the I think you have at this point hired like a receptionist type person who sort of starts going hi, and then just sees the very exhausted party. It's just like, okay, just you all go through, find various rooms and such. I mean, Bertie, do you go to the kitchen or like a bedroom, or what's your?
Straight to my room.
Straight to your room.
I'll whistle for Concord, and then hold myself up in my room.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Concord was probably already with you. You know how cats definitely understand when someone's upset? That's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Animals the best.
Zegith goes to the library just to distract himself, do some vague research and stuff.
Mer probably tries to go to her tree, realizes she has to climb, and then goes to the library to try to research.
Fair enough. Probably just join him. Zegith is currently like vaguely looking at teleportation spells, and like there's a few like in-depth sort of like breakdowns of magic that he's trying to. As you walk in, he's like, I've got to understand how teleportation magic works before I can start to try and find a solution, and that is a long road.
Well, the one that I did have access to previously was a particularly interesting one, in that it took 6 hours. It wasn't an instantaneous thing, and in that time we got peeks into the place where we were supposed to go. So maybe that will provide a little more insight.
You know what, actually, that may be more interesting. So you will generally talk about that sort of stuff. You don't make too much progress, but... Felix?
Well, I mean, Felix doesn't really know what is in the guild house. He's only been there once, really.
Yeah.
I guess he'd try and find probably the kitchen.
Yeah.
If there is one.
There is a kitchen. The nice one.
Just kind of, I don't know, curl up as best as a giant robot can.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I do have a thing. Bear with me just 1 second.
No.
Okay, so still exhausted from the general sort of day and everything going on, Ray, I reckon you fall asleep in the library over a book. Zegith just lets you do it. He's continuing research and such. It's probably because it's quite cozy and warm inside there. In the cold of Veluna, you've got the guild hall with some fires everywhere, especially in the library, a nice comfy chair, and it's, like probably even curled up in the chair.
And sleep is still a kind of new thing.
Exactly. I reckon you've probably curled up in the chair, and then Zegith just put a little blanket over you. You don't really realize, because sleeping, like you said, is a strange sort of situation for you. What do you reckon you start dreaming about?
Just going back. Casting that spell to get back.
So
We'll find her.
your dream sort of switches to a generic sort of like forest-esque garden yard type thing. Trying to integrate as many English and American sort of switches over to recognize what I'm talking about. And you sort of vaguely like, because you were thinking about these teleportation spells anyway, and you didn't really realize you fell asleep, and then you're still thinking about, well, how would I do that to get back to where I was? And you start hearing. I'm going to do this, by the way, with the other two of you listening. You wouldn't have any idea what's going on, but it'll be more fun if you can hear. No measuring it. You start hearing a banjo playing a very like gentle, calming tune, kind of just like a bing. So just it's very like just a banjo.
The Stardew music.
Yeah, exactly. No backing music, nothing like that. It's just a very calming banjo. You'd be confused, obviously. You look around and see a small creature playing a banjo. It's a 2-foot tall, evidently some kind of devil. Ice blue in skin, pale pink hair, and these goat legs, similar to yours, with black hooves, wearing a purple grey top with a large open V showing this very gaunt sort of looking chest, and a rather cute podgy face with purple goat eyes. These 2 short black horns, and the hair sort of back in a little bun. And as you turn around and see this creature, it suddenly kind of just like jumps a little bit, stops playing the banjo, and just goes, hi?
Hi.
All right, I've never done this before. I think I might be able to make you an offer. Might be a nice one for you, all right, to get your power back.
What? Is this how all people dream?
I'm so sorry, I'm still kind of new to this. No, I need you to wake up right now, and I kind of need you to steer into that pot that you bought and say my name, because otherwise this is going to be a little more difficult.
All right, what's your name?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My name's Melon.
Okay, it's a funny name.
Yeah, well,
Sorry,
when I was younger, a lot of the other devils were trying to convince me to go with something a bit more aggressive, but I don't really like the aggressive nature of that, so I went with melon. I don't really know what a melon is, but it sounded nice, so.
I'll show you a melon when I say your name into the pot. What? You're very odd. I like you.
So, do you do your best to wake up? Still not really know how to wake up. You sort of just like think about it and then sort of wake up like you're drooling over a book or something. And Zega's
I need the melon.
Zega's like, I can get you a melon from the kitchen if you want.
Yeah, that'll do. I need to go grab my pot. Meet you back here. Thank you.
Okay. He just gets up and goes to the kitchen, which we'll deal with him seeing Felix in a little bit. You get back with or get to your pot. Do you bring it back or just go to your pot?
Bring it back.
You stare into it and you realize, usually you looked into the pot before, there's nothing in there. It's usually quite dark, but it is very, as you look into it, you're like, oh, that does look like an abyss. That's just like pure darkness. That's like Vantablack kind of darkness.
Reach in and go, Melon, are you in there?
You say melon and
Zegeth looks at you like fucking idiot. Like, what?
Zegeth isn't there at the moment.
Oh.
And you feel suddenly like you're being pulled into the pot, and there's just this as you're just sucked inside. Yeah.
Elsewhere in the guild hall, Felix just shudders a little bit.
Yeah. It's one of those classic scenes where like you go and then the pot just sort of like rotating a little bit. You're transported into a rather grim-looking jail cell with the same creature that you saw, Melon, inside, but chained to a wall. You know, both legs and both hands with these rather long chains, sort of chained to the wall. And it looks up and goes, "Oh, so yeah, I'm
real,
Melon.
huh?
Thanks for joining me in here."
Sorry, I didn't bring a melon. I asked my friend to
No,
grab
it's alright.
one,
It's
but
no, that's my name. I'm Melon.
you asked what a melon is?
Oh, he
That-
said that'll be fine.
that
We could show
real?
that at some point.
So you said you can make a deal in the same way that I... How did you know that I had powders before, and
Oh well,
how did you know
yeah.
I
I
lost
saw
them?
that you're having that trouble with your patron. I can kind of see out of here if you like know where to look. You can kind of like see out of the windows and see the real world. I've kind of been able to see what's been going on for the past however long ago since you bought the pot. It's been quite nice actually. I've been stuck in that room for quite a while.
You're
Just,
stuck in a pot in a random store in a random part of...
Well,
No?
yeah, I can get into that later. Basically, I'm a little nicer than a lot of the devils that exist, and they don't really like that because I was kind of bringing down the soul count and like releasing souls from the nastiness of all that. So I kind of got banished, but
I
like
can
I was
relate.
banished.
Yeah.
Like some people from your world are banished to like my world. I was banished to your world and put in this pot, which I can't get out of because it's set up so that I can't get out of it.
Well, the only thing that I care about is if I make a deal with you, can you give me magic to get back to my home?
Well, possibly. Let me just pitch my idea to you.
All
I'll
right.
pitch what I got, and then you
Mhm.
can we can talk it through. So,
Alright.
I
Do you have a
could probably
notebook
give
just so I
you,
can keep notes about what you say?
Uh,
I just want to...
he like waggles the chains.
Fair enough. I don't remember it. I have a good
Right,
memory.
so I can probably give you that pair back. Yeah, it's not quite the same. I'm sure. I don't actually know what you had before, but I know that you had some like powerful magic and stuff. Well, there's like no real downside to this because like it's an even deal. I'm a little shakes the chains again, tripped. So these other devils don't like me, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But if you take on my power, as far as I understand, I've never done this before. But if you take on my power and I become your patron, you can release me because you have that power back, and like I can give you that magic. We make a deal, and then you kind of like have that ability to like summon me and such, which means like you can get me out of here, and then we can like pass along some of this back and forth. I get to be free, and you get to have power. I'll stick around. I don't want to go back anywhere. I'll happily stick around with you, but I can not be chained to a wall like a hound.
Can I insight check him to see if he's...
You
Secretly
more than
shitty?
definitely can. As your insight checking says, all I'd really ask is that you change the pot into something a bit more like wearable for you, so I can like see the world from like your shoulder perspective or something. It's a little difficult to see from like the inside of the cupboard. 19. You're pretty sure like he's telling as much of the truth as is possible. He's in this situation. There doesn't
As much
seem
as I
any
care
loss.
about it at the moment, at least.
Exactly, and it tracks with what you know about this kind of stuff. It makes sense, you know as well that with these kind of devil deals, the specifics of it all tend to leave out loopholes, and also if he doesn't say something, it's not going to happen. Like it's about as simple as it goes.
All right. The only thing I need you to agree is if I release you, you're not going to cause, like death and destruction in the world somehow.
Oh no,
just
mate,
in
no.
case.
Honestly, I'd like mostly prefer that you stay pacifist. Like I don't mind you using power to like take people down, but like I don't like the killing and stuff. I like my banjo. That's what I like to do.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
You know?
All right.
It's,
Yeah, I think we could get along.
I'm not your average devil. I get that. It's a bit strange. But like I don't even have like classic devil powers. Like it's mostly wind and air based. Like a lot of devils have that
that's
like
fine.
fire and all that stuff. It's not
Mhm.
really me,
Yeah, I actually play the fiddle as well, so we could get like a band going as well.
I like that. A bit of a country vibe. That's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right.
Nice.
What do I sign?
Well, he like whips his hand up and there's this little note appears, and you've heard before that like these devil deals have like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages, with all sorts of like bits and bobs. It's just like one page half filled where it's just like the deal is basically like you become the patron and get the power, and vow to release Melon, and then he'll continue to give this power, and you'll work sort of together to sort of see the world and make sure people don't get hurt, sort of thing. Like it's like 4 lines. It's really simple.
This is refreshingly straightforward.
Wait, I don't need the extra stuff.
Signed.
You sign it, and there's like as you finish off the last little bit of your signature, you feel this like rushing of air going from Melon just goes into you, like hitting you in the face like a wind tunnel, like almost pushing you back, absorbing into your body. And as that's all done, blink your eyes a couple of times, they've dried out. You feel, yes, once again, you feel very powerful, but slightly different, very different sort of powers. For everyone who wants to know the mechanical sides of things, it's a change of patron and therefore a lot of change of powers and such.
Mm.
Yeah.
Also, I love this boy. This Australian banjo boy with
Yeah, New Zealand, Australian, yeah.
or New Zealand, whatever.
He's
The idea of a warlock and her patron having a like bluegrass jazz band is just the best. I love it. So good.
He just says, right, if you leave this place, easy to do, just say my name again whilst looking up to you see that little hole up there.
Beetlejuice.
You'll leave out of here and then just try to summon me. It should be fairly easy. I don't actually know how you do it, but it should be fairly easy, and then I'll appear
Yeah, I'm pretty
outside.
familiar with magic. I can give it a go.
And then we can work with making this pot into something a bit more, like, what do they call it? The thing that you use to kiss the magic, like a amulet or whatever.
Oh yeah, I have an idea.
Yeah, right.
We'll see you in a moment.
Right.
Ellen?
You just go boom, appear out again, kaplop, very ungracefully land on the floor, and the pot again just.
Is Zegeth back with the melon?
Zegeth is standing in the doorway holding a melon. As you go and land on the floor, he just goes, "What the fuck?"
I like to imagine that it's just been so much of a day that he just doesn't say anything. He just puts the melon down on the floor and turns around and walks away.
Yeah, just what the fuck? And just looks at you and goes, "You okay?"
I just signed a deal with the devil.
Okay.
Name's Melon.
He just puts down the melon and walks away.
Thanks for the melon.
Yeah. He's gone. And do you attempt to summon?
Yeah. I hold on to it and it's like, someone out of here? You don't have to be shackled anymore.
And there's this like gust of wind goes out of the front, and then this very as he just appears on the ground. Just appears, he like appears on the ground, gracefully floats with these wings. I actually do have a picture I can send to the Discord group, so your guys can see what man looks like, and just sort of looks up, stretches out. Oh Christ! It's been God. You do not know how many years I've been in there. I think it's been something like 19,200 years. That's a long time to be stuck in there. Oh,
yeah.
Christ!
Were you chained up the whole time?
Yeah.
Right.
It's not really comfortable.
Wait,
Alright,
then
I'll
how
show
are you
those
playing the
devil-
banjo in my dream? What was that?
What?
Wait.
I don't know. I just kind of ended up in your dream, but I didn't even mean to be honest. Like I saw the lack of power and sort of just, I've been close to you and all this for a while, so.
I don't know. Alright.
You're not.
Well, I had an idea as far as what it could become. Yeah, like an amulet kind of thing. I can put it on the cloak, and you can be like the little clip on the
I
cloak.
like that. Yeah. What shape?
Just a
I don't want to
big,
look
like
stupid.
golden circle with like a
Must be
fancy,
boring.
like you know what? Whatever insignia you want on it, like a nice glowing blue.
I was thinking like a lion. You know?
Are you sure about that? Do you want to give it a thought first, or?
They're not a good idea.
Get a melon.
Not really my brand.
Get a
Also,
watermelon.
you were asking what the melon is. This is a melon right here.
He looks down at the man. It's like, Christ, the fuck is that? And kicks it.
Like a fucking cat seeing a
Aw.
pickle or something.
Punts it across the room, just hits the wall. Just
I know I'm messing me hard, but please can you make it an insignia of like a slice of watermelon? Just
yeah. I mean, if you want it to be a slice of watermelon, that's definitely
yeah.
an aesthetic.
please.
How about this? And I'll do like a, or try to do a minor illusion of a watermelon slice.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, definitely. I'm doing
Alright.
for that. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Right.
Cool. So how do we do this then?
How would do what?
Transform it into a.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry, still new to this.
Yeah, me too.
First things first. I want to smash that pot.
That's okay to do?
Yeah.
Like, doesn't have to... I really like this spot.
I would like to see the pot represents my like entrapment for 19,000 years.
You know what?
And,
Fair
like,
enough. You probably have more ownership over them
destru-
than I
in
do.
destruction of the pot, we can then recreate a new
Okay.
piece from it.
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
Plot twist. The pot
yeah,
is not necessary. He just hates the pot.
Pot twist.
No, I can't.
Pot twist.
I can't smash it because like it's my entrapment.
Oh, okay.
It just smashes, and there's just this like sound of like devils and various sort of like demons escaping. It's like, yeah, fuck you. Nice. Right, and then he sort of starts like sweeping little bits together. He like just makes like a dustpan and brush appear and just starts like sweeping it all up.
Aww. It's like a
Puts
mini
it down-
Aladdin
puts
genie.
it down on the table and starts speaking abyssal of some sort, whatever language. He said, "Oh, can you show me the picture of a watermelon again?" And he like vaguely crafts it. And you see like this ceramic sort of shape, sort of melting down and changing a little bit of color into a nice golden clasp for your cloak. Fairly small. And then whilst he's doing it, he said, like, what do you want the inside to look like? Like what my home? I need some influence on that.
How about a really fancy lounge with a stage for us to practice on?
I like that. Yeah, like a jazz lounge.
Yeah. What's a jazz lounge?
Oh, yeah.
No, he said
Yeah.
he said a jizz lounge.
Yeah, jazz lounge.
Oh no. No.
Yeah, he's like he all amalgamates into this little clasp, and he just holds it up. He's like 2 foot tall, so he like holds it right up to you.
Thank you.
Hey, guy.
I'll remove whatever one was on and just...
Yeah, probably quite a simple one, and just clip it on. It's like, nice. Right. It's been a while since I've managed to like, check out a new area. So do you mind if I
Sure, stretch your
hop in,
legs,
get
yeah.
your tiddles? Right. And then there's just this again. It's sort of like he sort of transforms. He like puts his wings together and like spins a little bit and turns into almost like a little whirlwind, like a little dust devil that sort of into your little clasp. And there's a vague fragrance of watermelon.
One other thing.
Aw.
The book that I had, still got the book, but I like to think it has it. The cover transforms into like a nice bright blue. Has a nice sheen on it.
Yeah, that can happen.
Heck yeah.
Melon.
Have you just card Captain Sakura into your book? That's probably a reference that'll go over everyone's heads. Card Captain Sakura.
I don't know.
Oh.
Uh-huh. What?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Anyway, there you go.
Nothing to deal with the devil. Alright. Start looking through the book to see if it has information on the spells that I gain instead.
Yeah, probably a little bit of... It's a nice, like, handy-dandy handbook. It just has a little bit of everything in there. Do you want to quickly run through what the, mechanical changes are?
Yeah, so I just switched to an Air Ganassi genie instead. Or as my patron. And
Skinned.
yeah, skinned to be not a genie. But more
Oh my
a
god,
friend.
just bones.
Just bones, yeah.
Skinned.
That means I get stuff like the Genie's Vessel editions where I can hop into the bottle, we can do like fast short rests in there. I no longer have the message part of my book, instead I have Gift of the Protectors. So I can stop someone from dying once a day, if their name is in the book. And yeah, Elemental Gift, I get like extra thunder damage and resistance to thunder damage stuff now. It's all a good time.
There you go. The day probably passes pushing into the evening. It's probably been dark for quite a while. Oh yeah, at the point earlier on where... Just before we get to that, the point earlier on, sorry, Joe, when Zegith goes to the kitchen with Felix sort of curled up there, he sort of walks in, just goes, he's looking for a minute. Bloody melon. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Felix. I don't know if you're awake or not.
Hi.
You okay?
Yeah, it seemed like a nice place to sit, I guess.
I've never asked this before because I think I understand what. How old are you?
About 216,
God.
sort of, but also maybe not. It's complicated.
And you were the boy.
Yeah, I'll explain it more, I guess, when people are like around. It's kind of awkward, so it'd be weird to explain it twice.
Can I get you anything?
A cup of hot milk would be really nice. I can't drink it, but I'll just have it.
You could put it in your like analysis port, can't you?
Yeah, but it wouldn't really. I just kind of want it.
Okay.
I guess.
He moves over to like the equivalent of a fridge. I'm sure there's a magical fridge. Never really thought about that before. Gets some milk, puts it to boil in the little pot. Heats it up, pours it into a little glass, and just hands it over to you.
Thanks.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Just let me know if you need anything. I'm going to give a melon to Ray. This has been a strange day.
I see.
She wants. Yeah.
Yes.
He just walks off, very confused.
Question mark emoji appears.
Yeah. Buddy, I know. Sorry, you had a thing to say.
It was just some stuff I wanted to have done before we then moved on to like the rest of the day while I'm in the room. First thing is I want to cast Scrying on Flora.
I know you said scrying, but
I also heard crying and it made me sad.
Yeah, me too.
I want to cast crying. I was like,
well,
don't we all?
I'll be honest. Crying is now a passive ability.
Yeah.
It's become a feature.
We all have our triggers, and it will happen on point.
So yeah, I would like to cast Scrying on Flora. My question is, do I count as having met the target, or is my knowledge still secondhand?
I can categorically say you have not met the target.
Okay.
I thought you were saying that all the stuff that we experienced was real.
No, I said all the stuff you experienced feels real.
In that case,
I'm sorry.
So they need to make a wisdom saving throw. You get to add an extra +3, as I have a likeness or picture because I've seen them. So you get to add +3 to their save. If they somehow have the ability to know that they're being scryed on and want to fail it, they can. But I don't know. That's, if they're alive and on the same plane. Also, if they can see invisible objects, then they can see an orb if it works.
Okay, so
I know there's no stats for Flora, but I know she's a fairly high-level druid.
Yeah, what are druids based on?
Druids get proficiency in wisdom saves.
It's wisdom, so I'll give
wisdom based.
Yeah, and it's a +3. Did you say it was a +3? Or like +2?
They get an extra +3.
Okay.
Come up with wisdom save modifiers on the fly, Alex. God.
It's like a 9.
A 9.
I was just laughing at just out of image because of Greg's shoulder is Greg's cat.
We're going to be real.
Yes.
Is that Ellie?
I'm sure.
Hey, Ellie.
That's Ellie. I was going to say, she's not being very graceful.
No.
Oh, you feel comfortable. God, Jesus. Get it, not happy. Anyway.
This is Licorice. I woke her up. Just for you, Simon.
Hmm?
I said I woke her up just for you.
It's the cat break.
Anyway. Yeah. So, is that a 9 total?
Yeah. It was a very bad roll.
Okay. In that case, if she is alive and on the same plane, I can see her for 10 minutes. and I can see and hear her for 10 minutes.
It's funny because when you say on the same plane, I've set up a world where technically you're always on the same plane, but it's by distance in that case, so it doesn't. You don't get to find a loophole in those situations. So it says if it's on the same plane. Do you know if they're on a different plane, or do you just not know?
It just doesn't
If they're
work.
It just doesn't work if they're on a different plane.
Okay, so it just doesn't work. I'm afraid.
Shame. Okay. I thought I found a really clever loophole there.
Nice
No, I do it by like the distance. Every spell has a distance. It's just in this case, it's like 14 million light years or something stupid. Like that's the distance you can stretch out.
So then, just checking then. So in general, for and this is then something that we're learning at the time as well. In general, for plane stuff, it would essentially be planet wide, not.
Yeah, effectively.
Yeah, they just missed the T on all of the spell descriptions.
He's like 50 meters out in terms of the distance.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I don't know if it's because they're out of range, not on the same plane, or if it's because they're dead. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Love that.
No, that's fine. And I will mark off my spell slot for that. My little fish in the bowl just doesn't keep moving, and no picture appears. It just kind of is a statue.
I'm happy because I really wanted that meta knowledge.
My second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to ritually cast Commune. So this is my 3 yes or no questions.
Yep.
The first one is, since it didn't work, is Ray's friend Flora alive, if you know?
Why? I every single time I'm like, why the rhyming thing? I could just stop, but at the same time, I just don't want to stop. But at the same time, I go through so much turmoil when I'm trying to bloody.
Sorry, Alex. I'm also going through turmoil.
And it's all inflicted by me. God damn, what am I? I'm a monster.
Yep.
Yeah.
No disagreement.
Wow, I really can't think of anything.
That's okay. It doesn't have to rhyme. Maybe
you can use my emergency rhyme.
I got one. I cannot give that information today because the subject's too far away.
Okay.
Remember, you can always use my emergency rhyme. Roses are red, violets are blue. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Second question is, will helping Hesag be to the benefit of the world?
Ooh, define benefit.
From the knowledge I have recently gained, happiness for the world can be pertained.
Okay.
It's a little bit of an iffy one.
It's subjective.
No, that's good. That works. And the third one is, no, I won't do that because
how's the hangover?
No, the third one is, no, that's not a yes or no question. Sorry. I'd only really thought about the first 2 questions when I cast it.
I like the idea of you being like, what's the name of this person? And the answer just being, yes.
Is the champion of Bexlan aware that the strangelings are a threat?
Yes, the champion is aware the strangelings need to beware. I completely missed a syllable in that rhyme, but there you go.
Be aware.
That's good.
The strangelings have to be aware. Sure, that works.
Okay.
Although aware,
Yes, he
that's
is aware.
That's
Yeah.
aware with aware.
So that works for me. And the last thing I'm gonna do, and there's no way that this is gonna work,
Okay.
but I'm gonna tell you what it is, and then I'll roll for the divine intervention.
Okay.
So that everyone knows that I have that if it works, if I get the roll, that I'm not then just banking on, yeah, I'll just go for the wildest thing. No, I'm gonna ask for a wild thing that I know is not gonna work in as easy as the thing that it as I'm asking for. And then if it works, then you can do with it as you will. Okay. So I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna spend more time on it as well. So I'll sit down and I'll spend like half an hour to an hour, much longer than he'd normally be engaged in any kind of religious activity. It's not that kind of relationship that he's got with his God. In like prayer, he'll like offer up all of his good berries and snacks that he's got for the day. Just anything that he's got in his room, and he's gonna pray. And I know this isn't gonna work, but I'm gonna put it out.
Come on,
there.
get to it, damn it! Just say the thing.
I'm gonna ask on the divine intervention if Kuevan can make the strangelings immortal, even at the cost of using Bartlett's magic or health or whatever as a resource for it.
Whoa.
And now I'm gonna roll my thing, which isn't gonna work. But it was very close. It was an 18.
It's only the 6 numbers off.
Yeah.
I mean, you know where that ends.
That's way closer than I've gotten before. Okay. And after that, he's just gonna cry in his room a bit more, knowing that it hasn't worked.
The day comes to an end, and you all vaguely go. Zegith probably leaves and goes to his own flat that he has. It's much more furnished to him and such. He probably goes over, checks in on Elsie as well, says hi to the family. You probably wouldn't know that anyway. And the rest of you probably just stay in your individual room like that you have here. I know.
I have a thing to try.
You have a thing to try. Go for it.
Mm-hmm.
So... Are you also going to ask for immortality?
No. So Dream works across planes.
40,000.
Oh no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Never mind. No, it doesn't. I lied. No, hold off on this one.
Okay.
For that one. Never mind. Sorry.
You stay in your little tree house. The others of you sort of vaguely resting for a while. I'm assuming this is a thing that comes with the Paragon. Ray doesn't have to sleep anymore again.
Yeah.
So you no longer have to sleep anymore. Just a brief interlude of needing to sleep. Once every 10 years. And eventually, the sun comes up. You probably have quite a late morning, about 10 o'clock. All collecting up in the sort of large dining room. Would Bartlett have made some breakfast? Some croissants and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so because he would have had extra, because he rested on the way to the city, and then he probably would have, taken the long rest, but not all of that would have been sleep. So he would have actually gotten up extra early to put up a really cracking breakfast.
Oh yeah, some wonderful international breakfast set up on the table. We all sort of
there's a full Scottish for everyone who wants one.
Ray walks in and is like, all right, I need everybody's signature. In my book here.
Good morning.
All right, okay.
Just have yourself some food first. Rest up. Make sure you're belly full for the rest of the day.
All right. So I told Zegith that my power has changed. So it was actually really quickly. I lost my power on the way
you
back.
Needed a watermelon.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. I lost my power from my original patron from home.
Oh.
Then I came here and I dreamed of a little blue devil named Melon. Who I don't know if he's around. He's somewhere. But he's my patron now. I made a deal with the devil, and now I can do things like fly, and she'll just flap in the air a little bit.
Oh.
So he just goes, to anybody else, that would probably be the most unbelievable story that we've ever heard. But honestly,
well, it's funny
Yeah.
that you should say that. I guess I should kind of explain my whole situation.
Only if you're comfortable doing so.
Well, I mean, I kind of told you some of it already, and it was gonna happen at some point. So yeah, I'm human,
Okay.
or at least I was human about 200 years ago.
Okay.
I'm
You
probably
are
not. Yeah, that. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, I died when I was 16. I wasn't very well. As you saw, it kind of came on fairly quickly, and then I wasn't allowed to go out and play anymore. And I just stayed inside, and then I died. And then I was in that house for like 200 years, I guess.
I don't understand. What do you mean you were in the house?
I don't know. It was just kind of. I kind of was the house almost. I kind of like I'm in this, and I just like. Yeah.
like
like-
in the ethereal plane, or
Like a spirit?
Yeah. Not well. I don't know. It's kind of weird, but like, yeah, people came to the house and left the house, and like, my parents died, and then some other people moved in, and things kind of changed. And I was just in the house. And then the house exploded. And I looked out the window, and it was, yeah, everything was kind of gone. There was all this kind of rubble everywhere, and no people. And there was this robot thing in the house. And the house was kind of unsalvageable. It was my home, and it was gone. And I figured I'd rather stay in a robot than stay in a bunch of rubble. So now I'm a robot, I guess.
So technically, you're a haunted robot.
That's a kind of cooler way of putting it than I thought, but yeah. I'm the ghost of a sick child in the body of a 7-foot robot, which is pretty cool actually, because of the 200
Yeah,
years
it's
in
pretty-
the house. It's pretty
Yeah,
boring.
I mean,
you have to be pretty powerful to be able to take something over like that, I'd assume. I mean, the closest equivalent to magic is charm spells. In doing something like that for that long.
I guess I just didn't want to. I just didn't want to go. Like, I was just stuck indoors all day. It was, yeah.
I've never really read into it, but there's reports of hauntings and such. I assume it's a similar situation of the essence of someone. I don't know if you believe in souls or magical essence or whatever of a person still existing. There's no reason why I couldn't take over a evidently damaged robot. Do you know where the robot came from? I'm assuming it was just right place, right time, right magic. I don't know.
I don't know where it came from. It destroyed the house.
It
I didn't
destroyed
really-
the house.
Well, I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to the outside of the house because I didn't really have. Well, I mean, I didn't have eyes. I was a house, practically. So I didn't really. I mean, people came and went, and stuff in the house moved around in it, but I didn't really see outside. And then suddenly there wasn't a house and there was a robot. So I mean, I assumed that it destroyed the house, like it kind of crashed into it, but I don't really know. Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird.
Like, I just sat at the table with head in hands, going, well, do you know what? That's a relief, because if you're a ghost, Felix, then I don't have to worry about keeping you alive, because I imagine that if your robot gets destroyed, then you can just possess the nearest tea kettle or whatever.
I mean,
So,
I don't really want
yesterday,
to
we all had one of the most traumatic experiences of our lives, and then this morning, Ray makes a deal with an actual devil after the last thing that we spoke to gave us, told us about these things that caused the traumatic experience, and Felix is a ghost possessing the robot that blew up the house he was previously haunting. So that's fine. That's just Tuesday, isn't it?
You seem a bit upset.
Yeah, I am a bit upset. I feel like,
for the record, I don't want to be a tea kettle.
That's fine. We'll build you a little mannequin or something. Just keep on standby until we can find you a nice cottage or something that you might like. What are we doing? What is happening here? Like, Ray, you lost your powers. That's a shame. That's sad. It wasn't totally unexpected, if I'm being totally honest. But the next thing to do shouldn't be to make a deal with presumably the first devil that showed up. I don't know if you seem to be having a lot of dreams about people who then just manifest into reality.
He seemed kind enough, and I mean, he offered to give me power to get back home. And honestly, that's all I really care about.
And did you have to do something for them?
I signed a piece of paper.
Great. I mean, if they seem nice and they want you to sign something in exchange for magical power, that can't go wrong, surely.
I did. It was just like a little paragraph. It wasn't like a really thick document. I read it all. And it seemed pretty straightforward.
Excellent.
He's just trying to have a good time. We're going to form a band.
I'm sure it was full of specificity then, if it was a short paragraph.
Well, I'm only beholden, and he's beholden to the things on the paper, and it's kind of like a pacifist devil, weirdly enough. Next time he pops around, I'm sure he can show you the document.
Well, I guess you don't have a copy? You didn't keep a copy of the thing that you signed that gave you magical powers?
It was a magical document. I don't know. Can I try to pull it out of the air?
You cannot.
Melon!
So the person who was...
You scream melon. You scream melon as Barty is just going off on one, and just there's this whirlwind just appears out of this new brooch and just on the table. This devil appears just on his ass, obviously completely surprised, holding a banjo, just looks around and goes,
Sorry,
you right?
Yeah, this is Melon.
Well, have some breakfast, Melon. There's plenty going around.
He doesn't look like a kind of evil guy.
Oh no, I'm not evil.
He's holding a banjo.
Motivation for this. Also, lovely offer. Don't eat, you devil.
Same.
But can you taste though? Because just tasting it alone is kind of worth it. Barty's a really good cook.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, one of the disadvantages of being a devil is when I try to taste things that would be nice for you, it kind of turns into like ash and cockroaches in my mouth, which I'm not a fan of.
That sucks. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Maybe we can work on that.
I don't know about that, but it looks lovely. Did you make this? Wait, Barty, did you make this?
Yeah. I make the food. I just...
He gets up, waddles over, standing on the table about the same height as you, standing up, and just puts out his tiny little hand. Melon?
Hi, I'm Bartlett, and I'll shake his hand, and I'll say, can Ray have a copy of this thing that they signed? I would really feel better about that.
Oh yeah, she didn't issue it before. He just goes and it appears, and he just like peels it into 2 identical copies and just hands one over to Ray.
Thank you.
Great. I
It's
guess
pretty
I just-
reasonable.
It's been a really long couple of days, and I feel like
Yeah, I
feel
saw
like
it.
it's
A
been
lot
a
of
bit-
this. I don't usually know where you went, but I know that those stones do something funky to your brains, and you all seem kind of upset afterwards. So
I feel like
Wait,
you've been
were
a
you
bit
watching that?
irresponsible, Ray, and I just needed to express that to you. I still like you. You're still my friend. I still want to go on adventures with you, but I just, maybe if Melon decides to, go and do magic powers with someone else, maybe just do something else. Do literally anything else before signing another contract or forming another bond with something that gives you magical powers. Like,
To be fair, if I'm not able to get back home to look for Flora before that happens, I will do anything. To make that very clear.
also want to make it kind of clear that I'm not here to make any kind of troubles. I'm sorry if I've made a bit of an issue. I didn't mean
No,
to.
you're cool.
I'll be honest. Your first impression hasn't been great. For me personally, I look forward to you showing me that I'm wrong on that. You've come at a very bad time for me personally. So apologize for my rudeness, and hopefully I will prove to you that I am a nice person. But
Your first impression's not been great either.
It's all right. Before this, the last people that I knew were some other devils downstairs, and they trapped me in a pot for 19,000 years. So that you're already on a winner.
Oh, that makes me feel pretty good. I was a house for 200 years, but that's
That's
really
great.
bad.
and so you are. What are we doing next? What's the plan? Someone come up with a plan and tell me what we're doing.
During this as well, Zegith stands up gently, walks around the table over to Barty, and just gives you a hug.
Oh,
I'm alright, Zegith.
so
Eat your breakfast.
I've already eaten everything on my side.
Well, have more. There's plenty, and otherwise it's just going to go to waste. So,
Barty, hopefully I can help a little bit with Melon's powers. In the book now, I can stop somebody going down at least once a day.
at least once a day.
I can do that.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Hmm?
You
I just need everybody to sign the book. I can only put 5 names in here, but Elsie and Tav are already in here, so.
I mean, I'm kind of already dead, so I guess if you
I think your name should go in there just in case.
If you're sure, if you've got space, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have to put your own name in there as well?
I would have to, but that's okay.
that's what I'm for, right, guys? That's my role.
What?
I get to watch you die and then bring you back, and then it's all fine.
I feel like
I'll just fucking write my name in the book.
you're not handling this
I'm trying to help.
well today.
I can only do so much.
No, I'm kind of not.
I mean, you don't have to save us. That's not right.
No, you're right. I can just let you stay dead and then carry on with my life.
Well, that's what most people do.
That sounds perfect, Felix. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sassy motherfucker.
Melon,
Bitch, I was at house for 200 years.
Melon just stands
I'm
there.
finally getting to tell people about it.
Melon just stands there and goes, right, I'm gonna head back into my little spot. I feel like I've come at a bit of time. I thought I was called by Ray, so I'll just...
It's alright.
Yeah, but I'm sure I'll be in a better mood next time you pop out to say hello, and I will apologise then probably. But
Okay,
right
no
now,
worries.
I'm in a bad mood.
Right, he just disappears back into the amulet.
I hope we didn't upset him too much.
Yeah.
Whew. You wanted a plan, yes?
Yes, please, someone give me something to do.
Well,
Zach,
Elsie's
feel
not
like-
coming with us
Are
anytime
you-
soon.
Zach and Felix, are you going to sign this book?
Oh, yeah, he just walks
Oh.
over and signs it.
Yeah,
He's got a
I'll
very
do that.
fancy signature. Elsie's not coming with us anytime soon. I spoke to her last night and she wants to remain here for at least a little bit. We can come pick her up at some point, I'm sure.
Alright.
She was rather affected, as were we all, by the traumatizing events. And wants to sort of spend a little time with her mother and siblings.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I personally will put a vote towards heading over towards where Tav went.
Alright.
I have a suspicion, as we've discussed before, that one of these stones that we're looking for may be over there. It may be completely incorrect, but in terms of directions to go, I have none other than that.
Okay.
Well, what are we doing? What are we doing with the stones that we already have? Because I checked last night, and Mr. Horrible, Scary Hobgoblin Man knows that we're a threat to him, so we have to be careful.
Well, we met him before, of course he knows.
Yeah, he met you guys as it was like you and Tav and a couple of mates, right? But he knows about us, the Strangelings.
I mean, we did also just kill his assuming cohort.
Yeah, in the middle of nowhere, and no one knows. No one except us now knows where that base is. So it means that he knows of us from
Well,
other things as well.
he probably knows about that base as well. Which
Not according to God.
oh,
God said he didn't.
Also, I'm
That's
removing
why I made it a sanctuary, because we can go there in an emergency.
I'm removing Tav's name from the book temporarily until we meet up with him again, just so that the people immediately here are protected.
So, okay, well, in a larger scale plan, do we trust Hesag? It's a very loaded question, I understand, but I feel like this changes the root of what we do, I guess. Let me continue. These stones are obviously far more powerful than we have any right to be meddling with. This is
Yeah.
beyond us. We are inarguably powerful adventurers. Many things have come up against us. Many things have died to our hand. But these are, I mean, none of us could control our own minds. We didn't even have a chance against them, and I don't want anything being able to control that against the world. I hate, if that's the power of that. The king was saying something about the other stone having firepower. Imagine the similar sort of power, but with just raw flames or just energy. That's terrifying. Same with what life and death are the other two, happily. My point is, if we trust Hesag, we can get all of these stones and hand them off to her, him, them, I don't know, them. And then everything's happy. Hesag does the waving of hands and is able to control these things and, I don't know, destroys whatever this chaos god is and these champions or whatever. Maybe we have to do that. The point is, everything's fine. If we don't trust them, then we have to find something to do with these stones.
I vote straight away that we destroy them.
How?
Well, we'll have to see if we can find out. Do we throw them into a volcano? Do we toss them into the ocean that everyone that goes there dies? Let's. I don't know if I trust Hesag, but I know I certainly don't trust the stones or people to have the stones. And I know I certainly don't want anything to do with them. I don't want to be able to control them. Like, there's no kind of draw for me there.
I have no interest in using them. I would prefer, no matter what the result of our escapades, that nobody has power over them on Gel. At the very least, if we do trust that Hesag has some sort of vague
and
ability.
presumably also not on any other plane, because it sounds like Ray's
Well, yes.
people aren't.
It's also worth considering these aren't the only stones. These are some of the stones from the Rainbow Belt. The Rainbow Belt from what Hesag said, is made up of hundreds of these things, thousands. These are pieces of these old gods' bodies just kind of floating their way up there. So sooner or later, someone's going to get up there.
Or more of them are going to come down.
Or more of them are going to come down. So what do we do about that?
Well,
That just seems like a disaster waiting to happen. If these things can just fall out the sky.
you say that, but I mean, if 2 of the stones were enough to disable us all for however long we were out for, thousands of them is going to kill someone. I can't imagine anyone could survive being near those things.
And I don't really know what we can do about
Also,
that.
nobody except for us knows that those are what they are.
I think we
Us
go
and
one
the
step at a
Hobbit,
time. I think
it's
we can
something
all
that I
agree
think-
on that we need to get all the stones away from other people
Yes.
for now.
I
And then
think
we
we
decide.
also agree to not tell anybody that those stones are the same. The belt is the same as these stones.
Yeah, because Zegeth, I'm sure you've said before, people research the Rainbow Belt. You said it when you found out that it was what brought Elsie back, as far as we knew, from being dead.
And
And
people-
that's not the information that we've hidden. That's stuff that we've told people.
People have theorized that the Rainbow Belt is the reason that Shell has power. Yes. But I don't think anybody knows quite the specificity of it all. We're the only people that I think are alive right now that know that these old gods existed. Existed.
Us and whoever this champion has told.
True.
Yeah.
We can't. I mean, I understand also at this point there's nothing we can do about it, but we've got to consider he's told all of his little kobold minion friends and
Has he?
whoever else.
I don't know if they necessarily.
We have to
Maybe-
consider worst case scenario.
Yeah, we can't assume that they don't know, and whoever they might then tell. This could become common knowledge within a year. And then who knows what happens? If people start to worship these old gods, do they come back?
I mean, if we learned how to use them, we could use these stones that we have to make everybody forget that the stones exist. But that's a bit of an extreme.
I'm not going back near those stones. You're welcome to have a go at that if you like.
also agree with that. I barely cast magic. I don't even know where it starts.
I think we just take the time to learn more about this. I think
Yes.
that's the main thing.
And try and find the other stones before someone else does.
Okay. Well,
What I
That's
do
much
trust.
better way to go.
What I do trust is that Hesag gave us true information. I don't know of her intentions, if they're good or not.
Yeah.
But I believe the information she gave us is true. That we
so
can-
we all agree on. Elsie isn't here to talk with us, neither is Tav, but we all agree on at least 2 factors here. One, this champion and any cohorts of this champion need to either be disabled or killed. 2, these stones are far too powerful for any individual person or group of people to have power over and need to be either removed from Zhao or destroyed. If not able to be destroyed, maybe place them back in the Rainbow Belt, if that's possible. Point is, away from the hands of people that will do nasty things with them.
Agreed.
Yes? So inevitably, we need to find all 5 of them?
Yes. Well, we have 2. So 3 more.
3 more.
As far as storing it, don't we have some kind of secret storage here? We could get it warded and protected from those visions.
I don't know spells. I don't know if it would work, but that's your guys' area far more than mine.
We could ask Etch in the university. It's not within my power to be able to protect something like that, but I know it can be done.
I wouldn't want to tell the university. Only people we trust. I mean,
Who do we trust?
Etch, but the king already said that somebody
Yep.
leaked information.
We trust
Not-
the Lord?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know
I
him
feel
well
as
enough
though
to trust him.
I
It seems
think
like you
Lord
have
is-
usurpated by a lot of power.
Yeah, Lord is a good person, but I can't help but think his curiosity would overtake his rationality.
I don't think we should tell anyone who doesn't already know. And that means, unfortunately, keeping them with us. Because
Well, the Council of Valun already knows. Surely.
They do.
Not everything that we do.
no, they know that these stones, or a stone has gone missing if the king's told them, and we've said that we went to go look for one. I say we just say that we couldn't find it. We never found the necromancer. We never found this
Didn't we
stone
already
that's
tell
gone
him?
missing. We told the king that we found the stone, but we didn't tell the council. So if the king wants to tell the council, that's fine. But at the moment, only the king and anyone that the king has told knows that we found a stone. And
I have an idea.
What's
your
an
idea?
idea?
It's
does it involve constructing some kind of glove that we can place all of these stones on to control them?
no, that'd be stupid.
What a ridiculous idea.
It's kind of a stupid idea. Well, it's not a stupid idea. It's a dangerous idea. What if we somehow manage to put the stones that we currently have, or maybe
In a glove.
if we manage to put them all in the dead zone, the in between the.
Do we
I
want?
don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We
To be
don't know
fair-
enough about that place.
No, we don't. But there's only one creature in there, and I don't think they could. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not willing
I
to
was
bet
there
on
for
that.
I'm there for what was an assumption of around 3 years. There are areas that those creatures never went, and nobody goes into that area. Well, I don't think.
Do we have a way of reliably getting in and out? Because you went in under like being led in by the Nightwalker, and you
Yes.
came out on the corpse of a massive wyvern thing.
This is where the danger comes in. I am 50% sure that the power I have is similar to those of the dragons, wyverns, whatever the hell they are. I would have to work it out, but there's a chance I could do what they do. Go back. I have no idea if I could, but
I think we should hold on to it for now.
Yeah, especially because time moves a lot faster there.
I'm aware.
So we could toss them in, and then go back to get them the next day, and someone could have wandered into the empty plane at some point and taken them out in a totally different kind of timescale, and then they just wouldn't be there.
Other way around. Time moves slower there. Bear in
Yeah,
mind,
but
you said I was away for 2 hours, and I felt around 3 years. That means if we go 1 day, that's
Yes. So time in there is sped up. You're experiencing it faster than we are outside.
yes.
I just think we
So-
don't know enough about it. We need to be very sure of whatever we do with them is safe.
I don't know. To be fair, I
Because-
don't even know how time works in there.
Because Ray said about so that we can safely send Ray home at some point, like she said she wanted to do, we're gonna need to fix teleportation at some point. So it's worth researching that we get in and out, because presumably that's going to be part of whatever the solution is to fixing this whole thing with teleportation. But in terms of wandering in to deposit the stone somewhere and then coming back, I think isn't going to work.
I don't know.
It's because we could do that. We could go, pop them in, and come back, and it could take half an hour for us. But by the time we get back, this Chaos God is, back.
Wait, no, that's not what. No, if it took half an hour for us, it would be like a couple of seconds in real life. If time moves faster in there.
Because if we went in, and for us it was half an hour, would
Yeah,
that not
then-
mean?
No, that would be a couple of seconds outside.
Oh, okay.
It'll be fine.
Then maybe then. I
Besides,
still don't think it's a great idea.
if this Draklan
I'm a cat, okay?
or-
I'm not good at maths.
if this Draxlon or Baxlon ever found out that it is in there, you guys were able to get in there, so they would probably be able to find a way in as well.
True.
Mm.
What are we doing for now then? Holding on to them?
I think we have to.
Yeah, I guess so.
Do we want to get a second bag of holding or something to put just the stones in so that we don't have to interact with them accidentally or have them near any of our stuff and they just sort of sit in their own
Or
thing?
to put one in each bag.
I was thinking we'd find a box to put them in.
That could work.
Do we? Because
We could put them in my amulet.
isn't that where your demon devil patron is?
Yes, but it's also a separate plane.
It would be a
Would he
demi-plane,
would he be happy with that?
Would we be? So again, we've only just met this actual literal devil. Are
Yeah.
we?
Well, he's only a small one. He's got a banjo.
I mean, he hears everything that we're saying. He can see this right now.
That's fine. I think that's a reasonable concern. So if Melon's got a problem with that, you get priorities straight. He likely shouldn't be trusting you as much as he is.
No, probably
Well,
not.
he signed a contract. So
Yeah, and that always works out really well for everyone.
I think we're both a little
I
impulsive.
wouldn't know. I've never done that. To be fair.
Oh no, because you're sorry. Have you aged mentally, or are you a 16-year-old? Is this
What kind of
is this
question
stuff that we
is
need to
that?
know? Like, can we get you a beer if we go somewhere?
I don't drink anything.
That's actually an excellent point. But regardless, like, do we need to be careful with introducing new things to you?
Have you been careful so far?
No, because I didn't think that we would have to.
And have I been okay since then?
I don't know. I've only just found out that you're a ghost, Felix.
Yeah, but did I seem like I was doing it? I mean, did I seem like I was doing okay? I thought
mean,
I
I
seemed like
guess.
I was doing okay.
I guess,
Right.
but like, this is kind of one of the first times that you've opened up to us, and I feel like, I feel like you and Tav, we've not known you as long, but you've demonstrated that you're trustworthy and that, because you've fought the Lich with us, and you told us about this part of this massive threat that's here, but I don't know how to help take care of you, and if you're mentally 16,
That's
that
kind
feels
of why I
like
didn't.
different stuff.
That's kind of why I didn't tell you. Because I don't want to be treated like a 16-year-old.
Okay.
I won't
Because
treat you like that. You're still the same
I'm
Felix
over
to me.
200 years old.
If I may, to be fair, Felix is 216 years old. It's nothing
Yeah.
different to an elf that doesn't look any older than a human at 30 and has been
Treat me
living.
as an elf that doesn't go out of the house much, I guess.
Do you guys want to see the jazz lounge inside of the amulet?
Jazz lounge? What's jazz?
I don't know. That's what Melon referred to it as.
Huh. Cool.
We can just pop in at the time.
We can?
Mhm.
Can we, like, hide in there?
I'm gonna start washing up if you guys are done with breakfast. You enjoy your jazz lounge, and I'll catch up with you later.
No, we're not
Wait,
going
so-
without you, Barty.
But wait, so does that mean, like, what happens? What's left in your place if you go in the jazz
Just the
lounge?
amulet.
So we could hide from people by just becoming an amulet on the ground. Can we see out of the amulet?
So
Can we see out of the
Again?
amulet when we're in there?
I don't know that part.
what did you say, Zekis?
I said if someone picks up the amulet and steals it, then we're going to be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, okay. Then
Yeah.
I'm definitely staying out here, and I will hold on to it until you come back out. Assuming that is something that you are easily able to do.
Yeah, we can. I mean, it's kind of unassuming. It'd be weird for somebody to just be like, that's weird. Then be like, destroy. But even if
Yeah,
it
but
is,
Presumably it's-
even
Wait,
if it is
sell it.
destroyed, we're just sent out of it.
Wait, so what happens if somebody picks up the amulet and then you leave the amulet? Are they then, like, holding you?
I imagine it would look quite similar to how, what's his name, Watermelon came in and out.
It's just melon, not watermelon.
Just Melon.
But, like, yeah. if there are multiple people in the amulet and somebody's holding the amulet, are they then like crushed by the weight of five people in a giant robot?
I don't imagine so.
We can
Well,
hang out in
I
there
guess-
for 10 hours. So we could
I
like
guess
get
this
a
is-
full rest in there.
This seems like a conversation for another time.
Yeah.
I think our thing for now is to go get Tav and collect up the party again. Wait for Elsie to be happy and collect her and be a full group with our full power, protecting the stones and finding the rest.
Well, do we want to look at any other potential leads that we might have for the other stones, given that Tav we think is likely on the track of the life one?
I'm
Because-
worried about him on his own.
Okay.
If we
I miss her.
all were taken down by these two stones, I don't want to know what would happen, especially if Tav gets it in his head. He was asking about extending life. If he gets it in his head that he can use a stone or whatever, I don't even know if he knows it's a stone, but if he gets it in his head that he could use it and tries to use it and then something drastic happens, I just don't want that to happen. I feel it would be best if we give him all the information we currently have and help him as a group.
I don't think
you already
any of the
taken
information
out-
we could provide would stop him. We thought that.
Have
that's
you
what
already
we could do.
taken his
Told
name
you
out
making
of your book, Ray?
Yeah, but I can put it back.
'Cause if you can put it back, you can just send it to him, everything that we know, so he can prepare while
I
we're away.
can't anymore.
I
I
don't-
don't have the messaging ability anymore. It's just to protect
Okay.
people.
So
Like,
I feel like the only way you could stop him from doing that is by making him like do the stone thing. But I don't really want to make him do that.
At the very least, there's more of us than there are of him.
Like I said, I don't think the stones are inherently evil.
I disagree.
too.
I think we should go and be a group of 6. I think any of us being on our own, Elsie, without the stones around her, in Veluna, is safe under the guard of the Platinum Army, Celestial Army, whatever the hell they call themselves these days. Tav is on his own.
Yeah,
I
I
also
agree.
I also think that we shouldn't tell, much as I like him, Captain Botane about what it is that we're looking for.
I don't think he's going to care.
Only endanger him.
I don't think he even wants to know. As far as I can tell, he is happy to just not know anything and transport us around making money.
Well, in that case, that gives us a good clue. So if he comes to one of us in private and asks us about it, that might be a good sign that he's been charmed or has been replaced.
This seems fair. Is this a plan?
It's something.
In which case, Barty, I'm going to help you clean up. And
Should we tell Etch?
not for now.
I feel like
Etch
he's
is
relatively
retired.
trustworthy, right?
He
I-
is.
He might
I'm
get
gonna
us
sit down.
advice.
Edge will worry about us, and that's not fair on him.
No, Edge is retired. This is only going to put him in more danger. If we need to have some big final confrontation where we call in favors from all of our friends, and he needs to step through some kind of portal to get to us, then sure, Edge can be one of the people that we call. But
The Strange Links Eternity Battle.
yeah, but until then, I feel like
On your left.
when
Okay.
when we're in the end phase, that's when we can.
Yes.
That's when we can tell Edge. 'Cause he's got that cool sword and stuff. But other than that, let him enjoy retirement.
Okay. Deal.
I
Let's
wonder
clean
if
up
anybody
breakfast.
else is worthy of using that sword.
On that point, we're going to take a break. Shut up, everybody. We're going to take a break. I'm sorry for the trauma. You're welcome for Melon, and it's all going to be fun. 10 minutes, quarter past. We'll be back here for more. For more D&D.
No more trauma. Happiness only.
Strange Links finished, Jake.
Yeah. What? Here's the real twist, guys. The rest of this episode, each episode.
Anyway, we'll see you in 10
Oh,
minutes. To Tom Farrell and all those kind of governments. We'll be back. We'll be back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, stream. How do stream? Oh, I'm just sitting here looking through my new spell list. Pretty cool stuff there. Oh, yeah. See, we got Bard features, we got Warlock features. Got some good old packed magic. Some good stuff here. Changed a few of my invocations around. Fun stuff. This here is applesauce with fruit and veggie, mango, sweet potato, and apricot. Heck yeah, boy! Convenient snacks. Snack time. Yeah, updated some spells. Got some fun stuff to punch, including Thaumaturgy. Instantaneously cause an unlocked door fly open or slam shut. Heck yeah. Oh, he can't hear me. Sorry, stream.
Hello.
Hi.
You okay?
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad, was it? Hey?
No, it was pretty bad.
It was.
And by bad, I mean
not as
good, but not as bad as it could have been. Certainly.
Oh, I know it wasn't as bad. With yours, I was a little more. Like I said, it was mostly sort of like, from a meta point of view, it's more like a situation that you're thinking of, and a little bit of like dark anxiety sort of seeping in, sort of things, leaving Ray in a was it real, was it not kind of real situation.
Well, she's very clearly taking it as completely real. So.
Oh yeah. As honestly, I would expect. You know, it's trauma, significantly.
I have a crazy fucking spell to what? You don't like my apple sauce pouch?
I said sorry.
Oh.
just generally sorry for the
The
trauma. Fun times, eh? Fun times.
I have a crazy thing to try that you're probably not going to let me do, but I want to try it anyway.
I can't say whether I will or won't. Until,
You may actually let me do it because it could be harmful to myself, which I feel like you would find fun.
I will, wait until it comes up before I make any sort of definition.
I really like the wording of the spell as well.
Anyway, yes. Joe appears to have turned into a blue robot.
Mm-hmm. Me. Green.
Are those seagulls that I can hear?
Yeah, we're in London, baby.
Ah, yes. Known for its seagulls.
It is.
No, that wasn't sarcasm. It's just like, I don't know why. It's not near the sea.
I mean, it's the Thames is the Thames.
Yeah, it's also a heaping pile of rubbish, and
Exactly,
like
yeah.
rubbish.
And they're bigger than pigeons, who they've
They're just pigeons. Seagulls are just noisy pigeons. Let's be real.
They are, although
Noisy
pigeons do
sea
still rule the
pigeons.
center of the city.
Noisy pigeons. Ah. But if they're over the land, are they called a bagel? Instead of a seagull.
Land gull.
Landgull.
Land gull.
A landmine.
What?
Now just imagine a seagull landing and then just exploding.
If only.
If only. Yeah, I don't like seagulls. Like, I don't mind.
Although, to be fair,
pigeons.
if all the seagulls in London exploded, we'd probably be covered in a lot of gore. So, kind kind of glad that's not happened.
Hi. Oh, he's deafened.
Nice of you to join
Hi.
us for,
My apologies. I was eating chocolate. No,
and you got distracted.
That's acceptable.
That's fine.
I mean,
I
it's
haven't
a-
apple.
It's
I
right at
haven't
the point
apple.
where it's quite warm in here, but I've had it in the fridge, so it's
Oh, dude.
just at the point where
Oh.
it's starting to melt.
only recently started putting my chocolate in the fridge, but a bar of Cadbury milk in the fridge
Yeah.
is so good. Fridge chocolate is ultimate. It is the winner.
I've got an apple and custard slice.
I'm normally not a fan unless it's warm, but because it's warm,
Fridge chocolate is so good.
Yeah, it is.
Right, shall we?
Oh,
sorry,
boy.
way too long.
Back to the trauma.
No more trauma. We're fine-ish.
This is the Strangelings, Greg. There's never no more trauma.
There's never no more.
Alex isn't
Yes.
allowed to do anything
I
like
said
that
what I
to
said.
us for at least another 2 episodes, so we should be okay.
There's anything quite like that. I mean, I don't think I've ever done anything quite like that.
No, you haven't. You haven't made us
Simon.
cry on stream before.
Simon, why have you made a hero forge of Ron Weasley growing up?
Oh, that's, he hasn't actually. I made it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Anyway, Ron's hair's much brighter.
That's true.
Mhm.
That's it. Anyway, shall we? I'm ready to 3, 2, 1 and do the intro and get going.
Okay. Hold on.
I'm gonna get into the do that.
What?
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are Greg, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players for today. How is everybody doing after our break? I'm going to go straight into before the break, because before the break is quite simple. Before the break, they went through extreme trauma, then talked about it for a bit, and Bartlett got angry.
He did.
No, let's go
He
into a bit
got
more detail.
mad.
The Strangelings being affected by the Truecat stones, the 2 stones that they had recovered from the Plague Doctor, were sent into some either real or unreal, they do not know, so situation based on their own memories and insecurities and certain nastiness in their heads.
Not to be
From
confused
there-
with the Black Doctor who was a dentist.
From there, with the trauma, they went back home by Elsie's specific request so Elsie could spend some time with her family, and they talked for quite a while about what the future of the group is. This, of course, came just after Ray lost all of her powers and then gained powers by signing a deal with the devil that she just met. But he has a New Zealand accent and is quite cute, so it must be okay. They generally discussed and came to the conclusion that the stones are bad and must be destroyed, and Hesag is mostly not to be trusted. Also, they don't trust the stones or the evil creatures apparently trying to gain the stones, and also Zegith is quite concerned about people being left on their own, as I'm sure everybody is, and Bartlett's quite mad, just at the world in general, I think.
We just don't trust anyone.
You glossed over the thing also that Felix has spent the majority of his existence as, a piece of architecture.
Oh yeah, Felix was images. So anyway,
Well, and the contents of that architecture, like
I'm not just a building.
I know, a nice building.
Here comes the house.
What? What?
Anyway, it's TikTok
it's
memes.
from TikTok.
Yes, it's the Tiki Talk. Anyway, you were right there, Greg.
There's a little fly flying around here.
We start up with all of you guys. I'm assuming you're pretty much going to be moving on with this plan, unless there was anything else you wanted to do whilst in the guild hall, planning to head over to Phelan in Dine Faro to check in on Tav, who, just to make sure he knows everything and that the stones should probably not be messed with, even though you don't actually know if you're going towards a stone. Anyway, Zegith would have spent a couple hours going over to Elsie, explaining the situation, saying where you're going, hopefully, and letting her know that, as soon as she contacts you, you'll head on back and be able to do whatever is necessary. Point is, Zegith is ready, and I don't know about the other 3 of you, to get in the ship and...
I would have just asked our staff if anything had
Yep.
happened while we were away, if anyone had left any like messages or anything.
They'd say that Etch pops in quite often and checks in. You know, he's been paying them regularly on time, very thankfully. They've been keeping everything going and running. No one has come by yet to be a part of the guild, but then not much advertising has gone out, so why would they? And everything seems to be running fairly smoothly.
They did receive some Jehovah's Witnesses, though.
I would also steal some like a big pack of tissues or two to put into the bag of holding.
To cry.
To cry into, yes.
I would ask the staff, hey, start working on some of the advertisements. Just like, you can just like hand draw them if you want. Just like,
Join the
get name out a
Strangelings.
little bit.
Everything's totally fine.
We are the least traumatic group on Gel. That's a
I
good
realized I
tagline.
said I was going to give them all names and personalities, but I've been writing so much other stuff I didn't. So
That's right.
What's
so
your
just for the
name,
purpose of
friend?
this, if one of them could have an interesting graphic design, that would be great.
Yeah.
yes. Anyway,
Oh,
you head up
fuck,
into
that's
the
the next
ship.
thing I'm gonna have to make, isn't it?
You head up into the ship, and Captain Bertain, of course, says, "Where are we going?"
Where did we leave Tav?
Dino Sparrow.
He went
and
towards.
It was the
Oh,
place
yeah.
where we killed that town's holy beast.
Oh yeah, that. You didn't hear that,
Uh,
Captain.
I thought
I don't hear anything.
he's deaf.
Yeah.
I will sign. Let's go to Dino Sparrow.
He's been lip reading this entire time.
I mostly attempt to keep plausible deniability on your antics.
That's fair.
Most of what we do is legal. Somewhere.
Please
We
take
go
us to
somewhere.
the place where we dropped off our winged friend.
Okay.
I don't remember the name of the town.
Concord came off the ship with you.
Well, if possible, I will always try and lead Concord in the guild.
No. It's just because you said
Usually he follows
it's 'cause-
up to the ship anyway.
Yeah,
because you said
works.
because you said drop us off where you dropped off our winged friend. So we just didn't go anywhere because Concord came with us.
You always leave Concord and then start off on the trip, and then an hour later or so, Concord's just there. You're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How did you do this? You set off on the trip, so you're going from Veluna all the way to Falan, which is probably another it's a full long rest if you wanted to do it, though you would probably be mostly rested
Well-
because it's a new day.
Here comes the weird part. I want to do the weird thing immediately.
Okay.
Okay.
This is where it gets strange.
Yeah.
So, in the change of power, one of the new spells I can do now is contact other plane. Normally it's contacting a demigod or yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to try to, weave that into Flora rather than demigod or dead sage.
On a failure, you take damage. Successful save, take up to 5 questions. Rest of the questions before the spell ends.
Now my intelligence save is a +1, so there's a very good chance that this will
Could
fail
have fooled me.
if you will allow it.
Wait, and so this is you will ask a random god or demigod a question.
Well, I'm trying to see if Alex will allow me to, instead of a random demigod or entity, for it to be Flora.
A long dead state, or mysterious entity from another plane. I mean, there's argument in there that Flora is currently a mysterious entity. And you don't even know if she's on a different plane or allowed or around or anything.
I'm gonna cast guidance on you.
Oh, thanks.
Take a D4 for that
is-
save.
Is this you allowing me to do this, Alex?
I'll allow you to cast it. The results might not be quite what you anticipated or wanted, but I'm not going to go with it doesn't work.
Okay. Well, D plenty. D plenty.
D plenty. That's when you have to roll a load of dice. That's a D plenty.
All right. All right, you ready?
All right. All right. Come on.
Hang on. Oh, oh God. Yeah, you take damage.
Uh-huh. I am letting you guys know that I'm doing this. I'm gonna be like, this could fail horribly, so please,
Okay, if you're letting
watch
us,
me.
if you're letting us know that you're doing it, I'll do guidance, and I will also do the emboldening bond, so you get an extra D4 on top.
2d4.
2d4. You'd struggle to fail this right now.
I have a
It's
plus
still-
1
No, you don't.
to intelligence saves. Yeah, I do.
It didn't save.
Yeah.
It is a saving throw. So you have a +1, and
Yep.
you could max get a +8 on top of that, so it'd be a 9. You need to
I'm
hit
gonna-
a 15. So
I'm gonna roll the d4s first to see what I need to roll. in
okay,
this.
okay, yeah. Let's do this. We need a box.
First d4 is a 1.
Okay, you're at 2. It's a 1, isn't it? So you have 3. You need to roll. You need to roll a 12.
Okay.
You need to roll a 12 or above.
Oh boy.
All right, you're ready.
Oh my god, you can't write this shit. 11.
So, you try to cast this spell.
Boy.
And the aesthetics of your spells have changed a little bit in that.
Why
obviously
you like this?
it's more like a bit of a whirlwindy sort of dust storm appearing around you, whilst you try to contact another plane, trying to like tear through the fabric of reality. Unfortunately, as you're doing it, not very used to this new power or how to control it, you also from outside see this sort of rather controlled wind becoming very unstable and just lots of like weird like warping of like the visuals around her, and eventually there's just this as the wind goes inwards and the spell fails.
Seeing it go wrong, I am going to use Protective Bond, and how much damage Ray is about to take, I take instead.
Okay.
There is not enough time between it going wrong. It'll be
Ray
like-
has bifurcated the trousers of reality.
It just says when a creature affected by your emboldening bond feature is about to take damage, you can use your reaction to. It says to teleport, but I would imagine that we're just next to them anyway, and then take all the damage instead.
Okay. If it's sort of the way it's worded, it implies yes, sure.
I think I'm still
66
affected by the other
damage.
thing though.
66 damage. Which is gonna be 23 damage.
Okay.
As you just suddenly you concentrate, take this damage, and as this sort of implosion happens, like a vacuum of power sort of happens, your head just like splitting headache, more pain, you're screaming, like whining noise inside your ears. This is Tabati, of course, and it's just, I mean, a splitting headache.
Greg's cats have arrived to witness his destruction.
Exactly. Can you read the spell again? The one that means you take the damage.
The effect?
A,
Oh, that.
Yeah.
So it's a class feature. So so the emboldening bond is the thing that links like a bunch of us together. So it's the upgrade to that. So protective bond, it's a 6th level thing. It's the thing we very rarely use because we can forget about it. So the bond you forge between people helps them protect each other. When a creature affected by your emboldening bond feature is about to take damage, a second bonded creature, in this case me, within 30 feet of the first, can use its reaction to teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the first creature. The second creature then takes all of the damage instead.
Okay. I am going to say the 66 psychic damage and the insanity are
Separate
inherently
things.
inherently combined.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I would have thought so.
Insanity.
So bear with.
Boy.
This damage comes to your mind, and
Barty, why you do?
like breaks your mind a little bit, Marty. You just suddenly like explodes inside your head, and you are insane. You can't take any actions, can't understand what other creatures say, can't read, and can only speak in gibberish. So this sort of like happens, and Ray, as it happens, you're expecting to take some damage. You look up and you're like, oh, what? You all just look at Barty, who just like not collapses, but in the sense of like just crouches down, sits on the floor, and he's just like looking around, kind of
What?
dazed, just muttering absolutely nothing. Just
What the hell?
Party.
I don't think Barty is okay. What did you do?
So
What did you do?
just if I can, what I think this would be if insanity is we'll kind of take him back to his most recent traumatic event. So he would kind of be reliving his vision.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be quite really seeing the vision, but like in your head, you'd be convinced that everyone's dead. Like you're looking around you, maybe you're seeing all of your friends as like zombies, and everything's just like on fire, and you're just like having a bit of a panic, and you're just muttering words and
probably still be crying.
Yeah.
Can Barty still cast magic when he's insane?
No.
Can't take an action.
Okay.
Cutting actions. Zegeth is like, okay, just picks up Barty, like struggles, like someone help, please. Felix. You both just pick him up and you carry him through to like the balconies. The balconies?
Throw him off the side.
Oh well, he's useless now.
This guy's dead away.
Take him over to the hammocks. That's the word. Rest him in and sort of tuck him in and try to just like vaguely
Tuck him in.
make you as comfortable as possible. It is like an 8-hour trip, so it will be a long rest. So by the end of it, you will be okay again, but it will be an even more traumatic time where like maybe you're convinced that now you're like tied up and trapped inside and people are going to kill you or your friends are all dying and you can't save them, all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, everyone else comes back to Ray.
Ray, note for the future not to do that again. Maybe.
I was willing to do that to myself. Didn't think Barty was going to do that.
I don't understand. What happened?
The spell failed, so it causes some mental damage from the stress of trying to contact a different plane.
To say the least. And
But how
what? And
come
then Barty. Then what? What
How
happened?
come he's the one who's damaged by this?
I guess
I'm
he
assuming he did his
spell.
thing where he replaces one of us with himself.
Right. Okay. Well, let's just keep an eye over him for the next few hours, shall we?
Yeah, he should just need some rest.
So, about 8 hours later, I will skip over a bit. You guys are flying. It's a bit of a curve due to various like pockets of air in the road and stuff. You were over Demore. If you look at the map, kind of like the south west, sort of like there's a little bit of a nubbin that sticks out. It's more towards the west, but like the southeast western cover, there's a bit of a nubbin that sticks out. You're sort of over that kind of an area. And Barty, it would have been fading slowly, coming back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. You managed to sort of work out what's going on, come out of this sort of strange delusion. Your head's hurting, killing. You long rested, so you got your health back, but your head's hurting a lot. And you sort of just like realize you're almost cocooned, nicely sort of like, blanketed up in a hammock. With like, a glass of milk next to you or whatever. Or maybe you can't have milk, you're probably lactose intolerant, cats are, I don't know. Whatever, the point is, you're sort of nicely cocooned in, and I reckon at that point, maybe Ray is like sitting in a chair, sort of, you've been taking turns like watching over. So just maybe reading a book or something.
You can't be doing that. I was willing to do that to myself, to try to contact Flora. But you don't have to do that for us.
Oh no, I don't have to. I choose to. I choose to do all of it because I know that you want to speak to your friend again and you want to find out what's happened to them, and I can't help you do that, even though I tried. So I'm going to help you however I can help you. And if that means that if I see something going wrong, I kind of take those consequences instead, that's what I'm going to do.
As you're talking, and probably as Ray is about to react, completely out of nowhere, there's just this sound as the entire ship is just lurched sideways, like completely inexplicably. Like you're both thrown against the wall. You have no idea what's happened, and you can feel the entire ship. It lurches right suddenly, and then suddenly again pulls to the left, and you can feel the entire back of the ship starting to pull downwards completely inexplicably. About 5-10 seconds later, there's another. The entire ship again lurches sideways to the right hand side and then gets pulled left again. And now the entire left hand side of the ship is tilting at like a 45-degree angle. You're just shoved up against the wall, probably piled up at this point. On deck, of course, Zegith is like clinging onto something, and you know, the captain's holding on to whatever he can do. I don't know where Felix is right now, but you are also just holding on as the whole ship is falling. And those up on top of the deck, and I will say, you know, you could probably crawl out of wherever, you know, the sort of the stairs from those below, trying to look over the edge of the ship on the left hand side. You can see two gigantic chains just like attached into the side of the ship, and the whole ship is being pulled towards the ground very fast. You can see Captain Bertain, like, as much as he can, trying to like slap particular buttons, turning the wheel. Everything's like flashing. There's warning like beeps and all this kind of things going on. You can hear the engines like puffing in and out of actually working, some like kind of noises as you just go flying towards the ground. And then, obviously, eventually, the ground gets a little too close, and you just straight into the ground. All of you are launched once again, extremely fast, sideways and downwards. Can everyone make a dexterity saving throw, please?
No, I don't think I will.
Also, can you put it on some like more fighty type music for the?
Already am.
Oh, there you go.
Hero Down is playing.
A hero down. How appropriate.
Dexterity saving throw. Huh?
I'll do one for Zegith as well.
30-20.
Oh, actually, that's
Who? Okay. You say dirty 20.
Mm-hmm.
Joe. Oh, sorry. Bartlett.
8.
8. And Felix.
19.
Oh, actually, sorry.
Yep. That's fine.
No, sorry, I'm thinking of stealth. Never mind. I have disadvantage on stealth, not on just jet.
Okay. So, two of you, I will save. Obviously, Barty, you are going to
Be sad.
take
Yeah.
full damage.
This doesn't rely on Bartlett of anything that he might have seen recently.
Mm-hmm.
No. Let me just.
I'm sure it's traumatic for the rest of us who actually died in that scenario as well.
Well, it wasn't quite the same, but yes, it was similar.
No, but
So let's count this up, shall we? That's 33 damage to Barty, and half of that, so 16 damage to the other two of you. As you just are like slammed into the ground, everything is, you know, like you can see fires appearing. The engines at this point just sort of fucked out with this. And you are, as you are dazed, you know, the classic like coming out of a daze, the ears ringing, everything sort of blurry, coming back to it. Yeah, sort of thing. You see vaguely, like you can see some fires, it's all blurry. There's some figures. The whole ship is like, you know, tilting downwards. And you can see over the edge, in the fire, through the fires and all that kind of stuff, some figures. One very large, 2, 4, maybe more. Maybe you're just seeing double vision, manning some like gigantic ballistas that are like, you know, bolted into the ground with these chains coming from these 2 ballistas into the side of the ship. And you hear a voice booming out, like an absolutely just like growly, gruff kind of voice that says, "Strangelings, it seems that you have taken down my comrade and stolen something that does not belong to you. I will be taking this back now. As your vision starts to come a bit more back into it, for Felix, I'm imagining it's like all glitchy and, you know, the classic like computer stuff.
Is this the guy that we beat up?
It's Flynn.
You see gnolls. For those of you who don't know what a gnoll is, they are hyena-based humanoids with these like crazed look in their eyes. You see
Edmonds?
next to each of the ballistas and two more either side of the largest gnoll you've ever seen. You didn't know they get this big. Somewhere in the range of about 11 feet tall, wearing like only ripped trousers, showing off this ridiculously large, muscular, furry body, holding an insanely large morning star that you think is probably about the size of Ray. You know, you don't think any normal person got to pick it up, just over his shoulder, just looking at you. He growls.
Hate that.
We're gonna need to go into a bit of a fight and start up a
What? Tape?
Wow.
No.
Damn.
Hey, Greg,
Thanks,
you
I hate
know
it.
the title that I made. The episode title is Grounded. Anyway,
I'm not
I
laughing.
repeat,
going on?
thanks, I hate it.
what was something was happening? Obviously, Captain Bertain and Zagath are back with you. They will, of course, have taken some damage.
Is the server up?
No. I got too into describing how everything was crashing and didn't start the server.
Okay. The way you said that, I was like, my next question was, is there a server going to be up? But I assume yes.
There will eventually, presumably.
Trying to load up.
There
right
it
now.
is.
Right. Just tell myself into the gym. So,
Do you have my new mini in here?
I think I used the new one in here. I definitely have the new one imported. That might not be it, though. No, I don't think that's it.
The new.
I think I wasn't sure
Yeah.
when this would come in terms of all that, so I have it.
Is this the same map as the dragon fight?
Yeah, I was about to say before you said that. I will approach. Yes,
Holy
this is the same.
Oh.
fucking morning
Damn.
star!
Damn, that's a ship.
It's a Morningstar. I think that's the new version of you. So there's
Yeah,
the
it
ship.
is.
You're crashed. I've got you all off the ship because that's way easier. And this is the situation we're in. Can we please get some initiatives from Barty?
Yes.
Did you not?
Oh, way better. 21.
Right. Elsie's not here. Tabby's not here. Ray?
Hold on, let's find out.
Oh, that's here.
17.
17, Felix.
18.
Okay. So, I have removed the people that aren't here. Let's collect you all together. Yep, this is Captain Bertain behind you. He is not holding a shield. I couldn't find a mini that would represent it. He holds a very, very large sword.
I'm surprised you haven't made one yet.
I have, but I haven't bought it because I didn't know how often it would be in a fight, to be honest.
Fair
But we do have, you have a little bit of an insight into his name. Of course, you as characters don't know it, but he is called Zivotny.
Called what now? Oh.
Spelled in a way that's obvious.
Yes, of course.
As all D&D names are.
Yeah. I thought it was quite a cool name, actually.
It
Zivotny.
is, I like it.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you're going to love to know that he goes first.
Fuck.
He doesn't actually react too much. He sort of just looks over you, lets out another growl, and grabs the morning star with both hands, like ready. You know, like the classic, like get ready to swing a
Baseball bat?
baseball bat. And as much as like a hyena face can, he has this like crazed, happy look. Like he is excited to get fighting. Like
He's
is
a barbarian.
fucking ready
course.
to get fighting. You know.
Yes.
He, like I said, he doesn't do anything straight away because, like, he's just got this crazy look in his eye. Anyway, Barty, you are in fact actually go first.
Oh, I am? Okay.
Oh, these guys picked a really bad day to fuck with Barty.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
For real.
No.
It's not the day you want.
Do you know, I did, when I was going through and doing my, like, spells for the day. I did
Shadow
think
form.
about just taking all of the really like damagey spells and think of like the one that's just called harm. Like you just like
Yeah.
harm on you.
Just
I
harm.
didn't, and now
Just
I'm
harm.
full of regret.
Well, you should be. That is disappointing.
I would describe Životny to those who like a little bit in a little more detail to the podcast. He is about 11 foot tall, brown fur with these black stripes and a black face, gnarling teeth, got 2 gigantic braces on with spikes on, and has like spikes coming out of his back, like bone spikes coming out of his back that look like extensions of his spine.
Oh,
they look
God.
very malformed. They look like raw, like these are fairly recently like breached out of his back kind
Is
of
this
thing.
Digimon?
He's wearing just like tattered shorts and such, and holding just this gigantic monster. It is literally like what 10 foot tall or something stupid with this gigantic black ball with spikes all over it at the top. You would
I'm
not
pretty
want to-
sure the ball itself is as big as Ray. When you said the Morning Star, I thought you meant like the whole thing as big as Ray, but no, just the ball at the end of it.
I was going to say it is easily as big as Elsie.
Yeah.
Surely.
I was
Ray
just
is
going
smaller
to
than
check as
Elsie.
well. He's on like the cross of 4 squares. Is he a large creature?
So he is 11 foot tall, so he is classified as a large creature.
He is
Yes.
considered large. Okay.
So is Captain
Okay.
Botane, who is also on the cross because he is also 10 foot tall. They actually compare in height, but you know Captain Botane almost matches that amount of muscle. He's just a bit smaller, just generally.
God, I want to do something so much cooler than what I'm gonna do.
You point out your finger and go, "I don't like you very much."
I am going. I'm going to use my action for emboldening bond between the 5 of us.
Mhm.
It is 5 willing creatures, and there are. We actually have the right amount of people.
I know for once, 2 of you are
Woo!
So, this is the ones where, as long as we're all within 30 foot of another one of us, which we should be fine to do on this map,
Yeah.
you get an extra D4 per turn for basically an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, and that reaction thing is available to all of us. You would know. The only reason we're playing it is because we always fucking forget about it.
What's the reaction? Sorry.
So that's basically as a reaction, if you can teleport to be next to your friend who's about to take damage, and you instead take all of the damage that they would have taken.
Cool.
So good for the squishies.
Mhm.
That was my action. My bonus action, I am going to cast. Oh, see, this is where I really wish that I'd taken a different feat at the last level. I know exactly what feat I'm taking at next level. Well, next time I can. I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action
Yep.
at
You want your
4th
Prime.
level. Yes,
you want your
please.
frying pan? Yeah. I always forget to save the frying pan as a thing, so I need to go to and then I think it's this bag, and then search. Just continue on with what you wanted to do.
Look at this girl
What's up?
loafing. A little loaf.
Hmm?
She's a little loaf.
The cat though is a lot.
Oh. Oh, she is.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in here there is a
I
frying
love
pan.
your little loaf. It's more like a turkey.
True.
An avocado turkey. Yep.
That's right.
Avocado.
Is there Joe? You done with your?
Yeah, I'm
shoot.
not gonna move anywhere. It's just the attack that's part of summoning the thing.
Okay. Where do you want to put the?
I'm gonna place it behind him.
Oh, did I not? I didn't give them letters.
Oops.
I always do
Can the
this.
spiritual weapon take damage, Joe?
It cannot. No, you're thinking
Good.
of Biggie.
Good.
You're thinking of what now?
The Knoll B, so the one to the back left of Životny, looks to the side, just, huh? Just like this pan just appears, just like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
He's not a what the fuck
Knoll-
goblin. We'll get to
yeah,
a second.
and gonna attack Null B with it.
Yep.
Can I? So can you say for the final time what Craig was thinking it was, because I misheard it every time.
There's a spell called Bigby's Hand, which summons a hand that is like a much better version of Spiritual Weapon.
It's very
It
cool.
has an AC and health and
I
stuff
see.
like that.
So
Whereas
this
Spiritual
appears.
Weapon just is there.
this pan appears. This Gnoll looks to the right, and then there's just this pang, or at least there might be. You have to roll the hit, but pang as it just smacks into either armor or face.
Yes, I would imagine that it hits as I rolled on the dice. I got a 4 on my d4, and my spell attack bonus is 10, so that's a 32 to smack Noel.
It's a bonk.
I know you look very. Well, yes, it does hit. Yeah, there's just this bang ringing through the air. The other Gnoll looks over and just like lets out a little cackle, like a classic hyena, like pointing at his friend having just been hit.
Take 10 humiliation damage.
Yeah, this is where I roll minimum damage.
Yep.
Oh no, that was actually pretty good. That's 17 force damage.
Wow, that is good.
Add 17 force damage.
That's 7 force damage and 10 humiliation damage.
What else would you like to do?
That's it for me.
Okay. Next up, Felix.
I am going to move a little bit to the left.
So you're a little bit away from the party. Remember, you have to stay within 30 feet.
Yeah, if you're emboldening bomb, that's like 6 squares. Yeah.
That's fine. Cool.
That is about the edge of where you could be.
Cool. And then I'm gonna take 3 shots, of which one will be a trick shot.
Okay, so yeah, you will have a fully loaded gun. So yeah,
Yes.
take 3 shots. You might as well roll them all at the same time.
Yeah.
Felix fully loaded.
Actually, before you do, you need to know which of your rolls is the trick shot.
It'll be the third one, depending on how the other 2 go. Basically.
Sure. So the first one. Sorry, who are you shooting at? That's a very.
I'm shooting at the big guy.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So that is a.
I have to be careful this time to not call him the thing that he's based on in D&D Beyond, so you can't look up what he's based on.
I don't want to know.
First one was a 28 to hit.
Yeah, the first one just rings through, just goes straight through like his bicep, leaves this tiny little hole, a little bit of blood trickles out.
Well,
Second
you say I will. Yeah, it would also explode.
Yeah. Interestingly, it's within 5 feet of him, so I guess the other 2 would probably take that damage as well.
Cool.
It's within 5 feet of his 10-foot square, which they are.
Yeah. Do you want me to still roll all the other 2?
Yeah, roll all of them, and then we'll work out all the damage. It's just roll that one.
Oh, the other one's a natural 1, which is a miss.
Ooh, okay, so you fire 1 shot, boom, and it just goes straight through. We'll work out damage from here. So calculate the damage for the first hit, because you're not going to be.
Wait, is there a thing that I can? Is there a feature?
It takes an action to on misfire, I believe.
In which case I will use that.
You can't, because you're already using your action to attack.
So I get 3 attacks, don't I?
I think it's a whole action, not an attack action. We'll read into that. Roll your damage for the shot and the extra damage for those within 5 feet.
Okay. So I'm not used to using weapons.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I rolling a d20? I don't know why I'm rolling a d20. I rolled a natural 20, so can I just hold that for like when I need it?
No, you
Damn
cannot.
Damn it. It is 2d10. That's a 10. That's a 4. Plus 5 is 19 damage. Plus.
Okay, whenever you make an attack roll with a firearm, add the dice roll, and the dice roll is equal to the misfire score. The weapon fires. The attack misses, and the weapon cannot be used again until you spend an action to try and repair it. To repair your firearm, you must make a successful Tinker's Tool check, which is DC equal to 8 plus the misfire score. If a check fails, the weapon is broken and must be mended out of combat by a quarter of the cost of the firearm. Blah blah blah. So we'll give that in a second. The point is, you cannot use an attack action, one of your attacks, to fix it. You have to use your entire action.
Can I action surge to do it?
Yes.
Can I action surge and then use the rest of my action, or do I have to?
No. Your action, as you were using to attack, is over.
Ah.
So you were rolling damage then.
I was. So that was 19 plus 1d6 fire damage.
Yep.
2. So 21.
21.
21. Yep.
And then the extra damage on null B and C.
Years. They have to do a dex saving throw.
They do indeed. Let me roll that for them. They have a dex of saving throw. Oh, okay. I feel they probably both fail. We've got B gets a 11, C gets a 15.
I can't remember what the thing is. It doesn't say on the thing. Normally it calculates it, but it doesn't.
It should say on the thing.
No, it did not. So I'm missing
What is
something.
this for? Your saving DC?
The DC is equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your dexterity modifier.
Oh,
It says on the thing.
where's my proficiency? 5.
8 plus 5 plus 5. So it's 18. So
Eight.
both of them fail.
Cool.
They both take the extra damage.
They both take 1d8 of damage.
Yes, they do.
That's. Do I roll them separately or do they take the same?
Same damage.
Damn. That's a 1.
Oh, that is a shame. I'm
Oh.
sorry. That's why you asked the question. But they still take a little bit of damage as it just sort of scatters an explosion over them. Both probably giggling away at the at the whole situation.
So the one of them works and the other one doesn't.
Yeah. You use your action surge, yes?
Hang on one sec. What was the one that's
What are you looking for?
the one that I can not have failed?
I don't understand what you're talking
Are you
about.
talking about a second gun?
I swear there was an ability that I could, like, if I fail, I can.
Oh,
re-roll.
Indomitable?
Indomitable, yes.
Oh, it's a saving though. It's a saving
It's a
throw.
saving
Yeah,
throw.
saving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can use. You have your choices now. I will only because you're still new to firearms. I will give you these, but I will stop giving.
Oh no, I've got rapid repair. You can spend a grit point to attempt to repair a misfired but not broken firearms bonus action.
As a bonus
Wow.
action, I'll be kind to you. If you use that as your bonus action now, I will let you continue on the final shot of your attacks.
Okay, although if I do that,
If it succeeds.
oh, actually no, I'm not going to do that because that will. Oh wait, no, I will do that. I will do that.
Okay, you use a grit point. Make sure to mark that down, and we're going to go for a repair. You need to do a successful Tinker's Tool check. So there's a DC there, which is 8 plus your misfire score. I believe your misfire score is
2.
2. So it's a DC of 10.
You add anything to it?
Tinker's,
Oh,
yeah,
your
it's
proficiency?
Or to add to it,
yeah,
if you
it's Tinker's
use
Tool,
it
so
to hit.
it'll be a D20 plus 5 is what you'll be because you're proficient in Tinker's Tools.
And did you use your D4 to attack them earlier?
No.
Then you have a D4 that you can add to this as if you want.
If you want to repair it.
Cool.
So roll a D20
That
attack.
was. I just did. That's a 7 plus 5, 12.
Yeah, you're fine. So you fire one shot, boom, it hits him in the arm, blood sort of out a little bit, and he just looks at you like, very impressive. And a little bit sort of scatters out towards the other two, barely touches them. You go, aim in for a second shot, you click, there's an explosion, poof, and out the side of the gun rather than front, there's just this poof of like black smoky powder. If you could breathe, you'd be coughing.
Ugh.
You look at it, fuck, bash it with the palm of your hand, like bash the return lever with the palm of your hand. A cartridge just ping, comes out, and then you jam it forwards again. Get ready, take your final shot, roll to hit. This can be your trick
This
shot.
one is going to be my trick shot, which uses my other crit point.
You guys on the side are like, what the hell is going on over there?
Yeah. So then that is a 12 plus 12, 24
24 to hit.
hit.
Doesn't need
Although,
hit.
so I'm using piercing shot.
Yep.
Um,
Ooh, very nice. Yeah.
which means initial attack gets +1 to misfire score. That's fine. On hit, the creature takes damage, and you make an attack roll with disadvantage against every creature in a line directly behind the target.
So it hits the first one. It hits Zivotnier, and behind it is an old B, so you can roll again with disadvantage, roll 2 d20s, and see if it manages to hit the one behind.
The shot bounces off the pan, just ding.
One was a 7, and the other one was a 7. What the fuck? But it's a 7 plus 12.
7 plus 12. It's nice and easy. Yeah, it goes through. So it goes straight through his leg this time, straight through, and into the leg of the gnoll behind, who's just like screams as blood just. You see the difference, as I almost said the creature is based on. Zivotnier is just like very impressive again, and behind is just this hyena type creature hopping up and down on one leg. Do some damage for both of them. There'll be individual rolls.
Masochists make the worst kind of minions.
Yeah. As we know from anime.
Yeah. There'll be individual rolls for damage.
Okay. That's an 8 plus a 2 plus a 5 is 15 plus 1d6 fire damage.
And I'll roll for the other two.
So that's 18.
They both
damage.
save their dexterity throws, unfortunately. He takes 18 damage. There's no explosionary damage, and it goes into the second.
Mm-hmm. Who takes...
I don't know the rules. I'm going to say explodes on every impact, but I feel like if it was being true to the real world, which of course this isn't, it would only explode on the first impact. I don't know.
Unless it's coated in explosive.
Exactly. It's magic. It's the classic. It's magic. So whatever.
Wait,
and
what did I
then
roll?
that means that Zivotnier will make a.
Wait, I didn't.
Saving throw.
It's a haunted book.
He fully saves that, so no more damage on that one. So the damage to Nolby
Is 14 plus 5 is 19 plus
Oh, that's pretty high.
plus the 5 is 24 damage.
24, very nice. You can
Nice.
see just like blood pouring, like this black sort of very, very dark red to the point that it almost looks black. Blood just spilling out of his leg. He obviously hit some sort of meat.
Did they save? Did Shivotny shave on the thing?
Yeah, he shaved. He shaved. He said. Unfortunately, he did. So that I believe is the end of your turn, unless of course you want to go for an action search.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Next up, Ray.
All right. First things first. We've
Yes.
got Elemental Gift as a bonus action. I'm flying.
Okay. Oh, let me get out a little flying thing.
So a nice burst of wind just appears at my feet, and I start hovering off the ground. Begin. No, it's not a fart. It's
Burst of wind.
So how far high up? 'Cause that's 5 foot. high do
just
you wanna
that for now, but then I will go 5 and 15 there, and I'll go 15 up as well, which is 3, right? Oh, okay.
If you're 15 feet in the air, that is the third of them.
Yeah.
Nope, that's not quite right, but that's good. Okay, so 15 feet in the air.
All right. And then, could you please show me a 60-foot cone angled just so it's hitting these guys, please?
60-foot cone.
Yeah.
You'll easily hit all of
I was
them.
going to say, there is literally no question.
I know. I just want to
as to
see
whether
it.
or not.
You know?
I don't even know how I'm going to show
You're
it.
just jealous of the 60-foot diameter cylinder circle I used to use for
Mhm.
the explodey one.
That'll easily be everything but no lay. Like,
That's not very good. Let me.
I can't quite get far enough to also get A, unfortunately.
Oh, that's not quite worked. There you go. So it goes up to about. Just do that. It goes off the map there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 21, 30, 35, 40, 45, 60. So it's about
Oh my God.
there. And then, it would be a circle from that point. So,
Oh, so I need to. Okay.
ish like that. I know that's not quite perfect, but that's about as good as you're getting.
Let's go here instead then.
Oh, for God's sake!
Well,
it's alright,
that's
just move-
we don't have to
moving it so
redraw
that
it.
it's no
You don't have to redraw it. It's just if it the other one, and you're going to redraw it. Okay. 10.
You know it's me. 5, 10, 15, 20, 21, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So that goes all the way out to here, and then
So then I can actually get up to. Oh.
I know, it's
I'm
like,
only moving
it's
there.
like
I can go up.
fuck, that was a really good. I mean, if I do say so myself, that was a pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Left
Probably
light.
a little bit further out, like here, but
There we go.
okay.
It's actually one square less on the
Where is it? Did I go too far?
on the horizontally one.
Either way, it's probably gonna hit. No.
Yeah, that's fine. It hits
Yeah.
the one.
I need a Constitution saving throw of DC 20 from all the guys in that
All
cone.
of them. Okay,
Yes.
I'll do the gnolls first.
Sure.
Constitution saving throw for all three of them. We'll go B, C, D. B gets a 9, that won't do. Then C gets a 19, and D gets a 22. So B doesn't save, the other two do. Then from Zivotny, he is going to do it. There it is. He's going to get a 17. It's not massively
Does
high.
not pass? It's a
Doesn't,
DC 20.
You
DC
shall
20,
not
so none of
pass.
them pass. Oh no, one of them passes. D passes. The rest of them don't.
Mhm.
D got 22. Okay.
All right, so just a fly up there and then, Melon, I really need your help here, and start summoning a very, very cold gust of air in my hands before I blast out in a cone of cold. And
Nice.
they take 9, 11,
Yeah.
15,
Talk to me.
22,
Keep it going.
26,
Nice.
30, 35
Any more?
cold damage, or half if they
Fuck
saved.
off!
Okay. So, 35. Let me just.
You're gonna kill the characters
Is that
before
halved or 0 on the save? Is that halved or 0 on the save?
Halved if they pass.
So, 17. And then 35. So, there's just this absolute blast of just cold, frozen, blistering air just comes out in this cone. And as like this snowy, icy, glacial sort of like a breeze disappears in like a, like a cold breath sort of lingers in the air for a little bit. There is like a frost of snow on the ground in this sort of cone shape. Null B is completely frozen, just like to the core, frozen. He's cold, but he just like brushes off some of the snow, and he's just like, oh yes, very good. And the other two Nulls are also just like shaking with the cold, like icicles dangling down from them, snow all over them. Obviously, having taken some damage as well.
Beautiful.
That was pretty impressive. I want to delete
Thanks.
the lines. Boom, there they are. I'm assuming that's all you're going to do.
That's all I can do. That's bonus and
Okay.
action.
Next up, we have Captain Botane, who's going to. He can move. How far can he move?
He's gonna turn around and go, my ship!
So he's going to go 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. He well, first things first, he uses Survivor and gains 10 hit points. Which is
Nice.
the natural thing that gives him. Oh no, that doesn't happen. Sorry, because he doesn't have less than 100% health. So he's going to. He's going to. I thought he had a. No, he doesn't. Anyway, he's just gonna run at these fuckers. He just gets to here, and
Oh, no.
actually he'd be standing here,
Don't die!
and
We need to
just
just
swings his
shit.
sword as hard as he bloody can. He has 2 attacks. He rolls a 22 and a 18.
Got a D4 as well.
Doesn't matter, both of which hit. And then he's going to do. Where is it? There you go. Each of those. So 5, 10, 15 plus another 10, 25 damage just in 2 slices, leaving Zrodney bleeding slightly. But honestly, it like altogether looks a little pathetic as he hasn't done too much damage, it seems, overall. Then we come to the Gnolls. Who? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do this? A, can't really travel very far. So he's going to go 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's just going to start charging at you. C, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Is going to run over to here and he's going to attack T.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm able to take 2 attacks. The first is a not very good 15.
To hit me.
You say shit me?
No, I said to hit me. I wasn't sure if you were doing me.
Yeah, to hit you.
Oh, yeah, fail.
That fails, and the second one is 22.
That does hit.
Okay, so he just charges at you. These things aren't actually holding swords, as it seems here. Just charges at you. Jaws just like chomping, tries to take a chunk out of your arm, and you just dodge out of the way, like just missing, like a couple of your hairs get like taken out of your arm. But unfortunately, in a second movement, one of these claws just flies from the left-hand side, catches you on the stomach, and does a little bit of damage. You're going to take not very much, 9 damage. Oh, actually, there's a third attack I didn't see, and then goes for the other claw and does a 19. Nope, not a 19, a 21.
That does hit.
Catches you with the other claw and does another 7 damage. Not too much, not too little. And then D is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, going to charge over to Felix and do the same thing. Trying to bite, inexplicably trying to bite metal with its teeth to start with. Rolling a 14.
Nope.
Just comes over. You're holding the gun, focused in on Zivotny, and there's just this gank, and he just clamps onto your arm and like doesn't go through. Obviously, hasn't bitten hard enough. Just you hear this clunk. Then just tries to hit you with 2 claws. The first one is a 7. Clank. Clacks you. The second one is a natural 20. Thank God. It's still not too crazy. That's going to be 12 damage. Just like catches you between 2 of your like joints and like a little bit. Does a little bit of damage. Like from 3 attacks, taking 12 damage, including a natural 20. That's not too bad. Just be glad we don't have explosive attacks. Next up is Zegith, who is going to, at the end of the Knoll's turn, use a legendary to teleport to... Actually, no, he's not going to, because he's very aware of 2 of them coming at you guys. So he's going to just step over and attack the Knoll coming at you guys from the left. He has his 2 attacks. He's going to roll 1 attack, and it's going to be a natural 20. He's going to roll a second attack, and it's going to be a 20-something, a definite hit. So, oh god, I have to work this shit out now.
You don't have to. You could just say you didn't take any damage.
Oh, you don't want the Knoll to take any damage?
Wait, what?
Okay, the Knoll doesn't take any damage. No. So the one that's not a natural, he's going to be 8 plus 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That's all together. So he does 22 damage on the first attack, slices up the side of this Knoll, who exclaims in glee, and then the second one, which was the crit, is going to be 12 plus 30 is 42, plus 6 is 48, plus 7 is 55. But, there's no point in me keeping going. He just literally slices this Knoll in 2.
Nice.
Like, he attacks twice, because I've already gone over the damage. He attacks twice. One goes up the chest and, like, leaves a big gash. The second one, through the midriff, and just cuts it in 2. It lets out this and just falls to the ground in 2 pieces. Rather successfully. Aren't you glad he's on your side? We go round to Zivotny. I'm just basically having a fight with myself now. He is going to, of all the things he can do, you're going to first get a little bit of health back. Very nice. He's gonna make 2 attacks on. Is he gonna go retain? He's not very happy with raised thing, but you're 15 feet in the air. He's 11 foot tall and has a range. Oh, yeah. He stomps over here. Stomp, stomp, stomp. And you may be able to work out that he's able to reach you 15 feet in the air. He just extends out this Morningstar and swings as high as he can. Whatever you just said got cut out. I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm 25 feet in the air.
25 feet in the air.
Because I didn't have to move as far, so I went up higher.
Oh, you went higher. In which case he doesn't do that. I thought you were only 15. He only just can't, though. In which case he's just going to pound Bentane into the ground. He does 2 attacks, which are going to be a... 22 and a 25, which both hit. Oh boy. So much damage. I love having powerful creatures, but at the same time, how many rolls to make? Actually, I think I can just do this one. I'm going to be lazy and do this one using so it's going to be 17, and then there's this like goopy blackness that comes out of it. 17 plus 14, 20, 31 damage of like this necrotic damage. He slams into the side of Bertane, which just takes a chunk, like these spikes get in and rip out this massive chunk, and it all sort of starts decaying and going all horrible and moldy as he takes 31 damage. And then the second hit comes in. Boom. 15 and 17, so 32 damage. And this one again is just an absolute corker of a hit in the opposite side, down in the leg, just slams in. These spikes get stuck in. He pulls it out. There's a lot of blood and stuff that goes, it comes out with it. It's very gross and rather nasty. He will not do anything. Bartlett, your turn.
How's Captain looking after that?
You know, honestly, not too bad. Hurts, like there's blood coming out of like the chest and the leg, but like standing strong, very mad. The classic like
doesn't
like,
seem to be an immediate threat of death. He
does the old scrape of the foot, lets out like steam from the nose, and is met with a growl. There's like a very savage 2 animals fighting in the middle. Barty, the small cat.
Yes. Bonus action, bonky bonk, bonkity bonk, bonk bonk.
Yep. Hit him in the back. Well, tried to hit him in the back.
That's a nat 20.
I mean, of course.
And because it was at 4th level, it's 2d8, so that's 16 straight away.
Yep, plus the 2d8.
That's another 16.
Hell yeah!
Max damage. Plus 5, so 37 points of force damage.
Hell yeah! You hit him in the leg, and there's just this sort of like, as you can hear the leg just like break.
Cool. It's a good bonus action. I wasn't expecting it to do that much.
No, that's a hell of a
But I'm still gonna go in with my action, and I'm gonna raise my got my frying pan shield in one hand. I'm gonna raise my club in the other, and from my ring, my action, I will cast Spirit Guardians, which I've had stored in there for ages. So could I please have a? I think it's a 15-foot thing around me.
Around you.
Yes, 15 foot around me, please.
I know that's not very. It's because you guys have like full like
Yeah.
I can actually adjust that. Like custom. Oh no, I can't because of the way it's made. Whatever. You can tell what's up with that.
Yeah, that's if you're looking directly over me, it's the 15 foot. So I'm also going to move. Am I able to move the thing with Barty?
Yep.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 2. There. I know that that's just outside, but it looks like, it looks closer. And then that's it for my turn, and it does the damage at the beginning of his turn. But normally it's all sorts of like kitchen utensils or like bits of bread.
Yes, I love it.
In this case, it is 4 massive ballista bolts, as in what he saw spearing his friends.
Spinning around in this circle, I love it. So, at the end of your turn, legendary action, Bale looks at you guys. He like you really would analyze. He looks hurt. Like you've done some serious damage with the cold damage. They're being smacked.
Wait, who?
Do you mean?
I ended up and went away. It's
Bale.
Zvodny. I did it fucking again. Zvodny. I do this every time because I'm reading and my brain can't process.
I didn't actually process what you said. So
You didn't hear anything, Joe. Stop analyzing. Stop it.
No, I'm just thinking. I have no idea what
Good.
that is.
Good.
I'm not even sure what it is that you let slip.
Good.
yeah.
Zvodny, looking very damaged and hurt, looks around and says, "It seems I'm. It seems I underestimated you. I will not make this mistake next time." He makes a whistling noise with his mouth. Don't ask how. I don't know if a hyena can actually make a whistling noise, but there's this, I would whistle, but it would be.
Also, don't know if a hyena can hold a Morningstar, so I mean, I'm not especially concerned.
In fact, actually, he howls because that makes far more sense. Ow! As he howls into the air, and you hear this. As you look to your right and see what can only be described as an ancient red dragon come flying in from the side.
That I just pivoted tabletop just in case there was one there, and then like the background is those massive dragons.
He, using his legendary action, teleports. This dragon comes down real freaking low.
Wait, is he casting a spell?
It's a legendary action, and he's using teleport. It's not really a spell because it's an action of what he can do. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've ever looked at these things, but it's not a spell in that it has like.
It's not a legendary action to cast Misty Step. It is a legendary action to teleport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The teleport is magically teleports along with any other equipment he's wearing, carrying up to blah 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 blah, and it's like kind of, but it's not really.
The thought instantly went through my head, Greg, as well.
No.
Is that something that can be counterspelled? But I don't think it is.
He teleports.
Coward!
And also Barty disappears because apparently I had him
Totally
highlighted as
taking
well.
me with him, the bastard.
How did that happen?
And the whole
been-
nuts.
I've been
He teleports.
catnapped.
Sorry. He teleports. You see him on top of the dragon. He's riding it. Of course, really cool. He's holding a chain. He's riding it like a big skateboard. Of course he is. And next up,
And then he
is
does
the
a kick.
turn of the dragon, who lets out a gigantic 90-foot cone of fire.
Okay, well, I get it. You have a bigger cone.
Now, it does it on the move and comes across all of you guys, including the 2 gnolls that are left over and the ballista and everything. All of you are just engulfed in this flame. You don't give a fuck about this.
Why couldn't it be poison?
Can all of you please make a dexterity saving throw?
Yeah, remember we've all got D4s for this as well.
Yeah. I
Would
will
you
also do
consider
one.
this a magical effect?
No.
I know.
Oh, right.
I don't think it is, because it's fire.
I'm just going to use Indomitable because I roll a natural
that's
1,
fair.
and I don't want
Yeah,
that.
you should definitely use that.
That's much better.
He's.
I have a question.
Bear with me 1 second. I'm working out the 2 NPCs doing their roles, and I can't think of 2 things at the same time. That's a success and a fail. And it's a. Where's my DC? There it is. Okay. Yes.
Last time we played, you gave me some DM inspiration. Does it carry over to this session?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
100%.
it does not.
Inspiration carries on as long as until you use it.
Cool. So that is DM inspiration is re-roll a save, right? Or re-roll a roll.
You could re-roll a D20. I think where we usually play it at any point.
I'm gonna use that then. 'Cause I rolled a 4.
Oh no.
Would you like me to re-roll the D4 as well? Or
Yeah, go for it. Why not?
Cool. Yeah. Because I got a 2, so I'm gonna play the odds.
Mhm.
Well, the D4 was worse, but the actual roll was better. I still don't
Okay,
think
that's
enough.
good.
Dirty 20 for me.
Hang
Hey,
on,
Sarah.
I'll ask you in a second. They can see you talking through. I'll ask in a second. No,
Hello, disembodied hand.
first. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So. I can see from his face he's not happy with the answer. Ray, could you please tell me? What'd you roll?
I rolled 2, and I have +3, so 5.
And you've got the D4.
I'm not. I didn't even. Nah, the D4.
You never know. That might succeed. You never know.
Okay,
You never know.
yeah. Sure,
Might
let's
be
see.
helpful. Why
It's
not?
Oh, you know what? 9. Does that do it?
Okay, you got a 9. Bertie, I've already forgotten. What did you say?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Felix,
27.
27. I'll let you know. What have you saved?
Yay! Wow,
Um,
Dirty 20 didn't save. Thanks.
You're gonna take some damage, and you're gonna take half as much damage, Felix. Okay.
Oh.
I'm just gonna use. I'm gonna tell you, to be honest, I definitely could roll this number of dice, but I really don't want to have to count them all up.
Just
Just
do it. Just do it.
We're missing the important question here, guys. What did the gnolls roll?
I
That's a good
don't
question.
think it matters. They
It
were
didn't say.
already very hurt.
Yeah. I was hoping one of them would be alive so I could kill them and get grip point back. But...
Oh, does the fire melt the ice statue that the other one's frozen in?
It is. Jesus Christ. 105 damage
Oh,
as this blasts through. The gnolls are just eviscerated, and he just flies off. You hear in the distance this as he's flying away on atop. Well, two of you don't hear it as he's flying away atop of this dragon.
me too.
Yes.
My reaction to do absorb elements.
This is fine. Yep. Halve it.
Okay.
So, Felix and Bertie, you didn't want to be alone on this, did you? Felix and Bertie, you both take 52 damage.
Whoa! Oh, I'm glad I saved.
Oh yeah, Ray. So the fire just like goes away. These ballistas are on fire. The ground is scorched. All of this snow, is completely melted away. The gnolls are just crisps, absolutely gone. The one that was frozen is melted into nothingness. Two of you are still standing, but scorched. Your hair is on fire a little bit. Felix, your systems are like putting alerts everywhere of overheats. Your circuits are damaged, and Ray's on the floor.
Well, hold on. Is Zegith standing?
Oh, that's a good question because I didn't roll his save. Oh no, I did roll his save. I rolled for both him and for Captain Botane. Both of them are still standing.
Okay,
having
then
both failed.
then Ray is also standing with like a light air shield protecting her with 1 HP left from Gift of Protectors.
I don't understand, but I'm sure it makes sense.
That's the new thing.
Yeah,
Cool.
new book.
I'm
thing.
assuming someone within a certain amount of distance still alive, you get to stay alive.
If their name is written in the book and they would otherwise die, that's what's
Well, you wouldn't die. You are unconscious.
Well, that's what I mean.
Okay, I was
Yeah,
defining because there is an important difference between the two. Okay, so you are all after this still standing, extremely hurt. Like everything is on fire. It is like the part of the ship is still like burnt. The fire fades out fairly quickly because it's all like damp soil down here, especially where the snow was before and ice, and everything just kind of goes quiet. A few birds, but they've mostly flew away because of the dragon, and it's just you see this dragon flapping away in the distance, just flying away.
Fucker.
Captain Bertain turns around, looks at his ship, and goes, "Well, shit."
Well, we can like destroy the chains at least,
I'm on
right?
the tabletop, by the way, if you want to save.
They've got a dragon.
The
Yeah.
dragon isn't the important bit.
What is this guy, the Night King?
What? The dragon's not the important bit?
No.
It's
The
important,
important bit is they knew where we were or were going, and were able to fish us out the sky in the fastest vehicle ever invented.
Well, that's a fair point.
Did we not
Like-
slow down while we were approaching?
Approaching what? We were just traveling at this point, weren't we?
Hmm.
Like, if they had just been relying on the dragon, we would have outpaced that thing easily, right?
No. Simon, we don't find the monster and then delete your message. Get rid of that shit. Come on.
Like,
That's called mess.
the way that I personally have never fought a dragon before, but I would have thought that the airship traveled a lot faster than dragons. No, Captain.
This one does.
So
We've
they found a way to make these. Are the ballista intact, by the way, or have they just been
Oh,
consumed?
they're just like annihilated, burning,
So they found a way to find out where we were going, set up these ballista, and shoot the fastest thing ever made out the sky. Fast and new as well. This is not something that a lot of people have seen in action. And they were able to just
grab it.
Yeah. And not to take it over and then use it as their own personal get around, just to destroy it.
Also, I'm noticing a slight trend in the biggest hyena thing that we've ever seen and the biggest kobold thing that we've ever seen have both attacked us with smaller minions. I feel like there's some sort of, I don't know, augmenting process or something. I don't know. It feels weird.
Well, first thing I'm going to do is, how rough is everybody looking? Pretty bad.
Everyone's pretty bad. I can tell you, because obviously you guys can say your own, that Zegith is around I think he'd have about 50 HP left, and Captain Botane has about 20 HP left.
Okay. I'm going to do mass cure wounds at 7th level. So this is everybody gets this much HP. Just bear with me a sec. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going to do... I don't have that spell prepared today. That's a shame. Or do I? One sec. No, I don't. Yes, I do. I'm going to do Beacon of Hope first. And then I'm going to do a 7th level Mass Cure Wounds. Huh?
Beacon of Hope?
Beacon of Hope, yeah. So basically, I don't roll the healing. Everyone just gets the max healing
Sounds good.
of my various things.
So
So 5 times 8 is
40.
40. That's
40.
40. So 40 plus 5 is 45 points of healing to everybody.
That's good.
Counting.
Captain Botane, whilst you're generally motioning around, is looking at the ship. The time was a bit. I'm not going to bore you with him spending 5 minutes looking around, and comes back and says, "I will not be able to fix this on the spot." As one of the engines just goes. I will need. Actually, to be fair, the engine doesn't fall off because that would be too extreme. He says, "The engines are intact. The electronics and insides are broken, but I do not have the tools to fix this. I will need you to go to the nearest city and see what they have. I will start repairs with what I can."
Well, that raises a question of where the fuck are we?
I've got a set of Tinker's tools, if that is helpful.
He says, "Thank you, but this will not be necessary. We
Okay.
currently sit in the southern western region of Damore. We are close to some towns." He points sort of in a direction. There should be a path over there. Follow it north. I think there will be at least a town which can help you get to the nearest city. I understand that it could be a few days, so I will wait here. I will sleep in the boat once I have put out the fires. he starts during this as well. He's writing out. He gives you like a list. Here are the things I will need. It's just a list of like tools and things you do not understand what they are. Maybe Etchwood or Sprocket, but no, not Sprocket. Sorry, Kalung might understand, but none of you'll understand it. I will need these. I will reimburse you for the payments.
All right.
Just for the hell of it, as it's a new day, I'm going to try divine intervention.
Go for it.
Just to fix the ship. Nope, 26.
Okay.
I was like, please don't skip my story point. Please don't skip my story point.
No, I've got to accept what happens, don't I? I'm not. I would be lying if I said I wasn't thinking. Oh, no, it's fine. Anyway, he just walks into the ship. You can tell he's just like a little bit furious. Just starts like grabbing dirt and like big like bags of dirt, just like pouring.
He walks into the ship so angry that he just walks into the he doesn't even. It's not the door.
There's just a hole in the side. Yeah, he just walks in.
Ow.
Oh.
Should we try and find somewhere to stay the night?
I mean, we can hang out in the jazz lounge.
That's true.
We just need to find a nice spot to keep the amulet hidden away.
I am very aware that this is not something that won't be seen by people. Surely brevity would be our most important factor. If anyone is too weak to walk, I am happy to carry them for a while.
It's very safe in there.
I don't want
Nobody's going to come across.
I currently don't trust our friend Melon as much as you do. I don't think I'm the only one.
No, he seemed pretty chill.
He looks over at Barty for a little bit of affirmation that he's not the only one.
Nice is not the same as good.
Yeah, but
So it doesn't matter if he's chill. His level of relaxation and his intent toward us don't interact.
I would rather.
so I don't see why he would mess up his connection with the one thing that's like kind of tethering him to being able to interact with this side of reality.
I've never
Speaking
heard
as someone who kind of has the same.
I've never heard of an interaction with the devil that was not with some kind of subterfuge or.
You ever heard of a devil with a banjo?
No, but there are plenty of devils as far as I understand, and none of them try to be good.
Same could be
What?
said about.
Sorry, had a brainwave. 1 sec.
Same could be said about my people from the Fae.
It definitely could.
No,
Like them.
sorry. I have heard of a devil with a fiddle. He went
yes.
down to Georgia,
Yeah, that's the
but
song.
not a banjo.
Yeah, but Ray's got the fiddle. You have proven to us that you are trustworthy, and I trust you with my life at this point, but when you first arrived, we did not. He has time to prove. I am not suggesting that we inherently distrust Malin, but I do not off the bat trust his intentions are good.
You trusted me and Taff when we turned up.
I have been cautious.
And we didn't trust you as much as we trusted other people. It was, you proved it by helping us take down, the Lich and stuff. I trust you more now than I did when you turned up.
Well,
Fair
Melon's
enough.
power just helps protect me from dying in that flame blast.
I agree. Listen, I'm not trying to say that we don't trust him overall. It's just some time for adjustment. It's been 24 hours since you met this devil.
Alright, well, I'm going to get some rest in the amulet. You can carry it if you want. And,
Can I come?
yeah, Felix, if you want to come, just take my hand and we can go in.
We need to get food anyway. We don't have. I don't imagine any food survived the crash.
I have food.
We have
Just
some.
adjust lunch on
You'll
food.
need more resources and such. I suggest we find some shit.
I mean, I can just make us food tomorrow. That's fine.
I'm going to start walking to get these tools for Captain.
Here's a pastry.
Thank you.
I will also have one.
If you guys wish to be inside the amulet, I will carry you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bring you out.
Take
if there's
Felix's hand and.
I was still not clear if they can hear us whilst they're in there.
I would assume. Well, I think the melon said that he has seen what's happening, like, and he knew that we'd had like stuff messing with our heads. So I would assume yes.
I'm not trying to say he's not trustworthy. I feel like it's dangerous to trust someone so closely, so quickly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's damaged my trust in Ray a little bit.
Well, I think Ray is merely desperate to get back to, I think the name was Flora. And any powers.
I understand that, but just like nice doesn't mean nice doesn't mean good. Desperate doesn't mean reliable.
I agree. Shall we
Those
walk?
are indeed different words.
Shall we walk?
Yep. Let's go.
What kind of motorbike
motoring on.
parade went past your house?
Yeah.
That was Captain Bertain fixing part of the ship in the background.
Onwards.
That was him trying to start the engine again.
You set off in a direction pointed out by Captain Bertain. Eventually you get through some of these trees and stuff. It's not a massive forest, but there are trees and stuff to get through, and you find a fairly obvious path and go north. You don't know which way north is? You ask Ray, because she knows which way north is at all times. Do you still know that? That's still a thing you do?
Yep.
Ray, which way is
as-
north?
We're on
As
the
we're walking
amulet.
along,
Yeah.
As we're walking along, if it's just the two of us, I'm going to cast Death Ward on both myself and Zigga.
Yeah, sure. You're walking along, probably casually talking about how much it fucking hurt to get hit by a dragon with a load of fire. You see movement in the distance coming towards you. It's only about like 5 or 10 minutes after you headed off, and as it gets closer, you realize it is in fact a carriage coming towards you with just one horse on the front, sort of. It seems as though going about as fast as this small horse will allow. It's not a particularly large carriage, sort of a open-backed, person on the front, probably usually transporting some goods here and there. Currently, doesn't seem to be anything in it. As this carriage gets closer and closer, you see on the front is a rather friendly-looking man wearing simple grey, white clothing, an apron, quite similar to Bertie, but human, slightly rotund, around 5'6", so a bit shorter, with this big round face with rosy cheeks. You're thinking about mid-30s, with this sort of greying, black, messy hair and green eyes. And as he approaches, he sort of slows down the carriage. Oh my word, adventurers! Are you from that there crash that I saw in the distance? I came as fast as I could. I don't live too far away, and my house is just sort of back that way, and I saw something. I heard something explode, and I've seen all the fire coming out from the thing, and eventually I can see through the trees. What is that? A ship? How'd you even get that out here?
Can I insight check him just to see if he seems to be what he is?
Go for it.
Right, insight. Oh. A 21.
As far as you know, he seems to be telling the truth.
Yeah, we survived.
At least that you did.
Yeah. Could you give us a lift to the nearest?
Most certainly. God, you look like you've had better days. Well, I tell you what, if you want, we can. Like I said, my place is only just down there. My wife and my daughter's over there. We can make you some food and stuff. If you want to rest in for the night, that's perfectly alright.
That's very kind. But we really need to get to wherever the largest town is as fast as possible.
Well, you'll be getting to no town, anytime soon, especially looking like you was. Plus, if you wait till the morning, I can take you on this carriage first thing. I mean, sun's already going down right now.
Is that going to save us time? If you can take us as far as you can and then we walk, or
Most
if we
certainly.
just wait.
No, most certainly. Well, I personally would think it would be faster if you wait until morning. We can go first thing. I tend to get up like 5 in the morning. It'll be dark already. We can get on the carriage, get going.
Sure, but
Your travel time in like third.
do you mind if I camp outside rather than coming in? I get a little bit claustrophobic in other people's houses.
If you want to, I guess. I mean, it'll be warmer inside, but I can't stop you.
That's fine. I don't get cold very easily.
All right. Well, do you want to hop in the back of the carriage, just the two of you?
Yeah, if that's okay.
All right.
Is there a window that opens? So just for the claustrophobia thing?
Is there what?
Is there a window in the carriage that opens?
It's an open back carriage.
Oh, so it's more like a wagon. Or,
Yeah.
okay, sure. Then yeah.
You hop in the back. There's no seats. You sort of just sit down, and he turns around. There's a little black horse that just starts heading off in the opposite direction. It's only about 5 or 10 minutes where he gets you back to this very sweet-looking house. It's just like a little cottage within the trees. It's obviously got a farm attached out the back of it. Looks across a small lake, sort of log cabin, bigger garden out front, colorful flowers, this adorable fence, all this kind of stuff. It seems like a very nice sort of like cabin by a lake, and like I said, out the back you can see a big field with some sort of crop growing in it.
Nice place to hide bodies.
Sorry, I just love the negativity that's immediately coming out of that. As you approach up, clippity-cloppity-clop, come up to the front of the house, this man, he would have introduced himself at that point as Gordon Balborian, and he ties up his horse, puts the carriage over to the side, and as he's doing so, a very thin human lady, sort of ginger hair, freckles, rather tall, wearing this simple dress, like farmer's dress, walks out the front door with just a small girl, maybe about 9 years old, also ginger and freckly, obviously very similar to her mother with the two front baby teeth missing. And they introduce themselves as, you already know Gordon, is Fenia, the mother, and Quell Balborian.
Sorry, Balborian or Balborian?
Balboriun. Balborian. No. And she meets you, she's like, oh, you found them from the crash. Are you two okay? There's only the two of yous. Was there anyone else with us?
They're indisposed right now, so just the two of us.
I'm sorry to hear that. I really am sorry to hear that.
They might catch up later.
Just to clarify, by the way, Greg, did you look at the thing? Can you see out of the amulet whilst you're...
It doesn't say one way or another, so your discretion.
You can what's happening though.
You can. I want to read it because
What?
I don't want to be mean. I just want to know what the output of all is. It's under features and traits, known as
Genie's vessel.
it's somewhere. There it is.
You can.
No,
Oh, while inside, you can hear the area around the vessel as if you were in its space. There you go.
So you can't see, but you can hear what's going on. That's fine.
Yeah, so we heard you guys shit talking.
As long as we weren't playing the jazz too loudly, of course.
It's soft
we
jazz in
were
the background.
Chilling out. Maybe split a mushroom or something.
Well, I mean, I can't eat, but yeah.
Right.
No,
So
just stick it in the taste thing.
What were the names of the people?
Stick it in there.
You've got
Yeah, just
you've got Gordon, Fenia, Fenia, and Quell.
Unexpected item in bagging area.
QUL.
Fenia, which I've managed to spell incorrectly in my own notes immediately. She's like, well, I've got some food already making. I can add some more ingredients, double up for you guys if you want some food. Like, it's already getting dark, so you're more than welcome to staying over. We got some an extra couple spare ribs.
I'm fine, thank you.
You don't want some food?
I'm gonna camp outside, and I've got some pastries to eat for now.
You're really all right. If you're really sure about that, that's fine.
Yeah, Zegith, you can go and stay inside if you want, but
He says, he looks at you. He's like, yeah, I think I will. Why? He sort of comes aside. Why are you staying outside?
because Gordon Balborian has two N's in it, and if you put them together, it looks like an M, and then you can't spell Gordon and Fenya Balborian without murder. Basically, I don't want to be responsible for these people. We get attacked a lot, and so I don't want to be in their house and get attacked.
Okay, listen. Pardon. I love you, but if I'm in there, the chances of them getting attacked are just as high. And if you're sitting outside and a dragon comes by, the chances of them getting burnt to a crisp are just as high.
Yeah, but not quite as bad. And that's why I was going to say, like, if you want to stay out here, that would be good. But like, I'm also not going to stop you if you want to go inside. I just think that, maybe we should keep our wits about us and not relax with the strength of style.
This is a weird hill to be burnt to a crisp on.
I understand your worries, Marty. I cannot control what you do, but I seriously think you should just come inside. Come on.
I'm gonna stay out here. I'm okay. I'm good.
All right.
Hide in like a bush or something for the night.
I will come and get you if I need you, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. I camped loads when I was just traveling about, so it's nothing difficult about it. It's fine.
It's not about difficulty camping. It's about whatever. And he goes inside, evidently exhausted and not bothered to. Yeah, just so you guys know, Zegith is the one with the amulet right now, so you'll be hearing his side of things, not Barty's side of things.
Yeah.
He goes inside. You can't hear, but in fact, I don't have to describe to you what the inside is, because from your perspective, you can't see. So he evidently goes inside, and they start having a nice conversation where evidently Fenya's making some food and such, and they sit down at a table. They have a little conversation where Zegith is just explaining, yeah, he says, yeah, well, ships have some issues every now and again, and it just happened to crash. One of our crew is still tending to that. We've called appropriate people, and nothing to worry about with that side of things. I don't really understand the mechanics, but I think it's just a system failure of some sort. Just sort of fell down to the ground. It's all okay. And he's, as they're doing so, eating the shoe, obviously lying out of his ass, trying to hide the fact that they've been attacked by
Was that a failed deception check?
You don't know. You don't know any of this.
It certainly sounds like a failed deception check.
As you are, the night sort of goes on, and he's shown to a room, and you guys in the amulet are obviously come through with, and when he's in the room, he shuts the door, he puts a chair under the handle, and sort of like listens a little bit. He puts the amulet down, and he's like, Ray.
He wouldn't be able to hear us.
I know. It's safe to come out, maybe. Okay, I'm just stay in there.
What do you think? Should we go out there? Pretty comfortable in here.
It's nice, but I mean, maybe we can talk to them and then go back in, right?
No, I can only go in once a day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can we send them a message?
No, I can't do that anymore. We should probably go out there. I don't like that door alone.
It's comfy, but I think we should go out.
Sorry, Melon. You'll come in with us one day. Bonus action.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
When he's like, oh, shh. I don't know if you want them knowing that you're here. You seem to not. I don't know.
We were relaxing. We were trying to rest up.
Yeah, I don't know. I brought. He has a little like bowl of stew. He's like, I brought some food.
Oh, thank you.
It's
I'm
actually quite
terribly
tasty.
hungry.
I know you can't eat it, Felix, but
I'll give it a go.
So, I mean, to be fair, there's only one bed in the room, but Ray, you don't really sleep anyway, do you?
Yeah.
So, you.
Or me.
No, neither of you sleep. But he just sits down. It's like, so we're going to be getting. I don't know how much you can hear. We're going to be getting on the carriage in the morning, and.
I could hear it all.
Okay. What are your opinions?
I honestly, even if they are lying to us, I think we can handle ours.
Yeah.
As long as they don't have a dragon.
I don't think they're.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think we'd be able to hear it if they had a dragon out here.
Maybe they've got it. Maybe they've got it trapped in a jazz lounge.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was really nice in there.
It was. You should go.
First time I've actually been inside. I helped design it, but I haven't seen it until now.
You helped design it.
Mhm.
Oh. It was different to my house, but I liked it.
Glad.
I do want to clarify as well. I don't
Needs more pottery.
I don't want to clarify. I don't think that you've made a bad decision trusting your devil friend. I just think it's worth some caution considering everything that's going on at the moment. We have a lot of people trying to come after us. And it's just very convenient. At the time that you lost your power, you have a devil come along and give you power.
Yeah.
That's all.
I just don't see what he'd have to gain.
If I am wrong, I will happily eat my words and be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong, if I'm honest.
I relate a lot, Melon. I mean, sounds like he experienced all of the same things I did growing up in Pavel.
What do you know about him?
I mean, the conversation, it sounded like he was outcast from the devils, same way I was from the other children.
If it's true, then I feel sorry for him, yes.
It sounds like the same way they were devils, all very aggressive and manipulative. He just kind of wanted to exist and not be bothered by all that.
Again, I'm being critical, I know, but it may be exactly what you needed to hear to trust him. I hope I'm proved wrong. But if it is true, I do feel sorry for, I guess, by the law of average, chance and statistics and all that, there is a chance that a good devil could be born. I don't even know how they're created. I'm going to be honest with you.
To be fair, this isn't the first time we've taken advantage of a coincidental, convenient, magical phenomenon. I mean, Elsie literally just got brought back from the dead by the Rainbow Bells, and we just kind of went with that. So.
This is true.
And you turned into like a giant hench muscle man in the space of like half an hour, apparently. From what I've heard, I wasn't there, obviously.
I just forgot.
I know what I was going to say. They never let poor Melon devil games.
Well, Zega says, well, I'm going to sleep. Barty's outside. I'm sure he's going to sleep as well. I know you don't, but it's up to you whether you go out of this room. I guess it would be a bad idea to surprise them in the middle of the night. They don't seem like they're particularly threatening, but Lord knows.
I want to keep an eye on Barty.
He decided to stay outside. So, Zegeth goes to sleep, obviously. Barty, what is your plan? What are you trying to do?
So, I was so, like, the temptation I felt to say, I'm going to steal their horse and try to head to the sea by myself was so strong. I'm not doing that. I was so close to being like, yeah, I'm going to do that, but no, it would be.
Barty was thinking it, and then he was like, no, I can't do that. That's no.
No, so Bartlett, because he's out there by himself, and Zegeth didn't stay outside, and he didn't take the amulet, Barty is not going to sleep. He's just gonna keep watching for any kind of danger.
Okay.
So will not take a long rest.
You won't take a long rest?
After Zegeth goes to sleep, Ray's dimension dooring outside.
Okay. You dimension door outside, and you see the two of you are... is Felix going to stay inside or go outside as well? Are you going to stay with Zegeth?
Can I come through the dimension door?
Yeah. And offer to take.
Are you just going to leave Zegeth on his own? But
No.
yes, you can do.
No, I think I'll stay inside or look after Sega.
You look at Sega through
All right.
asleep on the bed.
Is
Ray,
there
you're
a window
outside.
in the room
Somebody-
that
Yes.
he was in? Yeah, I'd try
Yes.
to relocate us over there so we can be within eyesight then. Just say, hey, just keep an eye out the window. I'll try to make sure that we're in eyesight.
You teleport over, Barty. You hear a bit of a, and there's a
Instantly shield up, like bat out, like ah.
It's all right. It's just me.
Oh hey, I thought you were someone coming to kill me.
No. Quite the opposite. I'm here to protect you so you can get some sleep.
Well, we'll take turns doing
I
a
don't.
watch if you're camping out here.
You know I don't need to. I just need to sit and watch. But if you don't trust me enough, then
I mean, it's more that it's not really fair for you to have to do the watch the whole time.
I have nothing else to do.
Okay, then. That's very nice of you. Thank you.
Of course.
I'll just make. I'll like I'll get out my bedroll and like. I'll get some, if there's like a hedge or something with the field, I'll put it up like against it to get some kind of like cover. But yeah, that's probably about it. Before then, just going to sleep.
You go to sleep, and Ray, you stay awake. You're just going to sit there, just twiddling your
Yeah,
thumbs.
one more thing just before you go to sleep to hopefully help give Barty some peace of mind. I'll cast protection from evil and good.
Well, not go to sleep, but yeah. Right, you're not going to sleep, right?
No, before
Yeah, no,
Barty
no.
goes to sleep.
All right.
Before Barty does.
I've got a jelly here who is nagging at me for food.
Oh.
So yeah, you do that.
Gotta say, I'm glad that you did that because I can think of nothing better for Barty right now than an entire night of not sleeping. It seems like the ideal thing for his well-being.
So yes, I was going to say he goes to sleep. Zegith is asleep. It's a very quiet evening. Evidently, everyone is asleep in the house. Ray,
Mm-hmm.
you fall asleep
What?
via needing to fall asleep terms. You just you sleep. To put in more specific, you fall unconscious.
What about me?
You also fall unconscious. And I've spent the last like 10 minutes trying to research this one. Yes, you do fall unconscious.
You get
Yeah,
the
okay.
Windows blue screen.
You just sort of- But you don't really realize you fall asleep because it's just, you're just sort of chilling. You all wake up the next morning. Or at least at some point, you aren't aware what time it is, how long it's been. Ray, when you wake up is the moment you realize that you fell asleep, and you're probably a little bit frustrated at yourself. Barty, you knew you were falling asleep and wake up in a very unhappy situation, as does the rest. You're in a basement, very confused and addled, and at this point still sort of unable to properly form words, very groggy. Basement is got a very musky smell. It's very dimly lit by one torch attached to like a post in the center, like not a post as in like sticking out the ground, as in a column support in the center. You can see a wooden staircase that leads up and out of your view, with on one stone wall and 3 other stone walls, one of which has a stove on it burning extremely hot with a metal pole sticking out of it. You can all see each other, the 4 of you, all chained to the walls. All of your gear has been stripped off you, wearing rags to cover up your modesty, and...
I don't have modesty.
Well, yes, Felix, you are attached to some crude machine rather than to the wall that is effectively like sort of sapping your battery power, keeping you with this very sort of low... You're very conscious of the world, but very, very, very sort of weak and unable to do much.
I thought you were going to say like one of those wheel clamps from people who are like parking wrong.
Yeah, you're clamped down. You all wake up, and Zegeth sort of looks up, and he's hanging from the wall. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake! Barty, I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah, think how I feel, buddy. God, it sucks to be right.
How about that amulet?
Yeah, I'll take responsibility.
Has this counted as a long rest?
No.
Oh, sweet, so much
There's
higher.
one more thing in this room that would become very obvious very quickly. Is in the center of the room, next to this column that has the light on it, because that's not extremely centered, is a little, very simple sort of pedestal, and on it is a marble-sized, absolutely tiny, like maybe a bit smaller, little sort of black sphere that some of you, none of you, would recognize. Never mind. Because I don't think any of the people that are here currently.
Any of the characters that are currently.
It's amazing, yeah, characters. But
I saw that, Greg. I saw it.
None of your magic is working.
Wait.
Hey, callback, right? For a long time ago.
Wait, which one? What are we talking about?
Okay. As people, you would recognize
The anti-magic.
old characters. You came across a long time ago a sphere that was causing a very, very large sphere of anti-magic. It's the same.
My god.
You guys don't know. It's just a thing in the middle. You may have been, in fact, you've probably been told about it, Barty. You would.
We have.
probably
It's
recognize-
sitting in our museum back in the guild hall.
Yeah, true. Fine. You would recognize it as the same
This is the thing where I took the thing and I thought it would
Mm-hmm.
turn off the engine. Okay. But we essentially feel, so we feel that it's doing anti-magic rather than
Also, the amulet is not on your person, of course, as well, because all the stuff's been taken away. Just so you're clear on that.
Yeah.
As you're all sort of vaguely swearing into the world, you see the man walk down the stairs.
Does it count as a short rest?
No.
But we have had a short rest in the amulet before we came out of it.
That's true, yeah.
I think it does do that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it inherently counts. In fact, I think you can do a long rest as a short rest in the amulet, can't you?
Oh.
Can we? Hold
I think it's
on.
if you spend like 10 minutes in there, it counts as a short rest.
Something like that. I think like it reduces the amount of time you need for those things.
I thought it did as
Maybe
well, but
just-
I was looking for it and I was struggling to find it.
Maybe it's a different thing.
Oh, here we go. As a bonus action, you can inject in addition, anyone, including you, who remains within the vessel for at least 10 minutes gain the benefits of a short rest, and anyone can add your proficiency bonus to the number of hit points they regain. They spend
Sure.
any
So you can have done a short rest for sure.
spells.
But not
Well,
not
that
long.
I can't use.
But not long rest.
He comes down the stairs.
No, just a short rest time.
Comes down the stairs, gets up, and he's like, "Oh, I see our wonderful guests have woken up. Sorry about the deception. It's just most people aren't cooperative with my family's hobby. Well, you know what? There's no point of hiding anything from you. Simply put, my family and I are going to eat you. I know. Oh, what kind of a monster? Blah blah, or that kind of all that rubbish. But you really can't deny the sweet, wonderful taste of humanoids. And oh boy, do we have some specimens today. That's why I love finding adventurers. He's such a good variety. So let's have a look at our menu, shall we? He's going to do it big.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
My apologies for interrupting. Firstly, is your first name Gordon? Is that what we're calling you?
You can call me whatever you want. It's not going to make much difference.
Okay, Gordon. The second question is, do any of us, and really, really think about this, do any of us look surprised?
I don't really give a fuck.
Well, therein lies your problem, isn't it? I imagine, like, you've clearly done this before, so I imagine most people end up pretty panicked at this point. Do any of us seem panicky?
I mean, I'm not
I don't really care.
chill.
Okay. Well, just so that you're aware that that's kind of what's on the table, as it were. and you've done this at a really bad time.
Anyway, as I was saying, I look at my menu for today. Gets out a notepad and starts writing down. Far as I can tell, we have a standard human made of pure muscle. I do love muscles, tasty. Tabaxi, so I treat that. Much more tender, especially with all that fat on you. Yummy. Then we got this curiosity. I don't look. He's looking at Ray. I don't know what you are, to be honest.
Fuck off.
I'm assuming that you're be similar to a tiefling, maybe quite spicy. I don't know. I'm looking forward to stewing those horns though, or the bone broth. And then this metal clunker should, I don't know, you'll make some money down at the market once I've reprogrammed you, or I don't know how to do that. Maybe I'll just shut you down and sell you for parts.
Good
You're
luck.
going to charge his Tesla, Simon.
He looks around the room, obviously at all of your like very disappointed and slightly frustrated face. He says, "Oh, don't look at me like that, like I'm some kind of animal. Newsflash: some of yous, points at in fact, actually, I need to know, Ray, did Ray eat the food that she was given last night?
I tried the stew.
Try the stew. Some of you, points at Zegith, ate human last night and you fucking enjoyed it. So who's the animal now? Ray, of course, now knowing that she also had a little nom down on that. Anyways, I'm gonna let you get accustomed to your new temporary lives, but not before I get myself a little snack first. He starts walking into the room, and on the way over, on one of the walls, he picks up
The
a
hashtag.
hacksaw. He walks over to Zegith and grabs onto Zegith's left arm and just starts, no warning, going straight through the arm, like halfway through the bicep.
As this is happening,
Yes.
this will. I don't know how this is going to work with the anti-magic.
Yeah.
Because it's not a spell.
Okay.
The emboldening bond. I will attempt to form one with the
No,
people in here.
the anti-magic field, as I know you went there for before, but was like purely like there was I think only one thing worked, and this is not one of the things that would work.
That's right, because it says it creates a magical bond, but it's not a spell, so I just wanted to double check.
I'm afraid it wouldn't work.
Out of interest, how much limb movement do I have?
You can move your limbs, but like if you're thinking of like trying to pull away from what you're chained to, it's just not happening.
No, I was thinking more that my firearms are stored in my body, so they probably wouldn't be taken away.
You're currently far too low power for that to even work. Like you cannot get them to come out. Anyway, he starts soaring off this arm, and like you're all.
I thought you said we weren't traumatizing more this episode.
I want to clarify. You're all still extremely groggy at this point. You are not like fully awake. So Zegith he just lets out this pitiful scream, weak and dazed from this sleeping. But can't struggle, still like tied to the wall, but like screaming enough as it is that you can understand that this is just searing pain. This Gordon, or if the guy you know as Gordon's just soaring through, completely ignoring this screaming, and maybe at one point he's just like, "Oh, shut up!" Just going through, and eventually straight through. Unclasps the.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted to yell out at the beginning of that. Just yell, "Ellen, I know you're a pacifist, but this would be really helpful if you could help us out of this."
Mm-hmm. He gets through the whole arm, gets a little key and unlatches that arm, and Zegith is just like bleeding profusely on the floor. Gordon walks over to this stove that you've already seen, pulls out this metal pole, and it's basically just a long metal pole with a big plate on the end, which is just white hot from the fire. He just walks over to Zegith and just pushes this plate into the stub, just cauterizing and searing off, stopping all the bleeding. And Zegith screams a little bit, but just like faints halfway. Just, nothing. You cannot take that amount of pain, no matter how strong you are. He pulls away this plate after he's done, which disgustingly some of this flesh just sort of like comes with it. And he just puts this rod back in the fire, drags the arm upstairs with this little trail of blood going with him, thump, thump, thump up the stairs. And you can hear a door as he exits upstairs for, as he put it, a little snack. Zegith is now completely unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
There's stuff in the room.
Stuff in the room. Okay, so
We
imagine
are currently groggy. We
Is
can't
our stuff
move.
in the room?
it's your stuff in the room. You can't see it. You're welcome to do a perception check.
May I join in on that?
Oh, everyone who wants to can do a perception check.
24.
24.
21.
21 also, because I rolled a 6.
Okay. With all those high things, you're pretty damn certain there's nothing there's nothing of your stuff in the room. What's in the room is this stove, you guys chained to the walls, a couple extra spaces where people could be chained but are not, a couple tools on the wall, one of which is this hacksaw that's been put back with blood dripping off it, like, a hacksaw and various like tools, like garden shed tools. And that's kind of about it. Other than this like weird machine in the corner that's just like draining power from Felix.
What's the situation with the stuff holding our arms? Is it?
It doesn't seem to be particularly magical or anything as far as you can see. It's just you've got like shackles which are like clamped around with a little lock on it, with a chain attached to it that's about a foot long, from like in the wall, like plated to the wall pretty strongly. You're standing up. You're not hanging from it. You're standing up, but your ankles, like both ankles, both wrists, are all sort of chained to this wall. Zegith is like slumped over, sort of hanging from these chains. Well, hanging from
Right.
one of the chains because he's not attached to the other one anymore.
Maybe I should have been suspicious when you came up with that earlier this week. Can I use Last Ditch?
That would be a wonderful idea. Do you want me to explain what Last Ditch is?
Go for it.
So now that you guys all have insight into who Felix is, he has an ability that he uses at this point. There it is.
He's going to
Called-
possess the house.
the house?
It's called Last Ditch, and I will read it as it is written. As a last-ditch attempt of survival, when needed, Felix can release his soul from the robotic body he inhabits. This will create 3 levels of exhaustion immediately due to the strain of the action. Felix's soul can only travel 50 feet away from the body as he's tied to it, and is visible as a vague, iridescent shimmer in the shape of a 16-year-old boy, the one that you would have seen earlier in the visions. The shimmer is unable to interact with the world unless he makes a constitution check, which he can then try to interact with things. He's vaguely audible to creatures as like an echoey voice in the distance, and then if the robot body is destroyed, all the hit points that would usually be that Felix has usually, he can be retethered to whatever's closer to him, and he can go back into the body at will. So effectively, you guys are just watching, trying to looking around the room, like what are you going to do, and it's not like violent. It's actually rather graceful. From the body of Felix, this ghost shimmering sort of creature sort of just pulls its way out with a very, like audible strain, like echoing in the distance, of like, "Ugh!" And the 16-year-old boy kind of like stands in front of the body. The robot just no lights, no nothing, just shuts down. The machine continues sort of drawing power for a little bit, but evidently just sort of stops as there's no power being generated. And you see the same 16-year-old boy, but much more filled out and without any of this sort of like withering muscles that you saw in the pot or in the visions from the Trinket Stones.
I'm kind of imagining like robot version of the Forgotten from Binding of Isaac.
Kind of, yeah. But it's a fully formed body, like 2 legs, 2 arms, not like a genie. But
Am I walking or am I floating?
you're walking, although you could probably and sort of low gravity sort of jump a little bit higher than usual. You can't like float in free space.
Okay. Well-
Firstly, how do those 2 react?
Well, shit.
I mean, given the events of the last 48 hours, 36 hours, probably not very much, considering everything that's happened. Just kind of, hey.
Honestly,
Hello?
fair.
Again, it's very distant and echoey, but you can understand what he's saying. What does that mean?
This feels weird. I don't like doing this.
You also physically looks exhausted. I mean, 3 levels of exhaustion, I believe, which I'm going to. Have you already put it on your character sheet?
No, I have not. And I will.
For you? You can do it if you want.
How do I do it? I don't know.
I'll do it.
It's
I do
in
it.
conditions.
Oh, conditions, yeah, I got it.
I've done it. If you refresh your page, it'll be there. Basically, at this point, he's got disadvantage on ability checks, speed is halved, and disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. And it takes 3 long rests to get back to normal. But yeah, he looks exhausted, but he's just standing there. A 16-year-old boy.
Ah, right. Oh,
Don't suppose you can unlock us, can you?
I can try. Can I like interact with the shackles at all?
So to interact with anything, you need to do a Constitution check for each item you're trying to touch.
But I mean, like, would I know whether I would somehow be able to unlock it, or am I interacting with it as you would interact with any other?
You would interact it like a normal person. You don't have like a magical ability to unlock it.
Oh, okay. In which
You
case,
you can't like fucking possess the lock and just turn it and whip back out.
that would be far too badass.
That would be great.
Well, I mean, technically, because if I didn't have the tether to the body, if he did that, he'd then come out again with 6 levels of exhaustion.
That is
that's
death.
true.
So you can't.
Yeah, I
really
believe
do that.
that's
Yeah,
just, no, it's death.
what happens with that?
7, oh no, 6, yeah. If you get to 6 levels, you just fucking die. You
That would be
literally-
fun.
But he's a ghost, so does he die?
I guess I just pass on to the afterlife. or something.
I would put it more as him passing on to the afterlife.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your
I can't just infinitely stack exhaustion, Joe. That would be a bit OP. Yeah. So I guess I'm gonna have to find this key, huh?
Or if you could somehow get rid of the anti-magic, maybe we could help.
Yeah. I mean, can I go near the anti?
Yeah,
Magic
it doesn't seem to affect
thing?
you.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna try and pick it up then, I think.
Please roll a Constitution check. Bear in mind, you will have disadvantage.
Yeah.
Unless-
God.
Okay, that's starting good. Wow, that was not bad. That's a 17.
With disadvantage?
It was an 18 and a 16. I've got +1 on
that's pretty good.
Constitution.
Yeah. You lean over, you concentrate like everything you can into just your hand, and just look, pick up this little marble.
Is there like a window?
You're in a basement, you don't see a window.
Well, I can go through walls though, but the item won't be able to go through walls.
You said there were stairs?
There are stairs, yes.
Are there any like? Yeah, there's. Well, yeah, I guess stairs it is. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go upstairs. Huh?
You wander up the stairs and you kind of like half walk up the stairs because you're sort of still floating and interacting basically with the floor. And you get to the door at the top of the stairs, which is currently shut.
You're doing great, buddy.
Is there a hole? Is there the bars on the door?
No, but there's seagulls apparently.
Apparently. It's a solid door.
It's on the door, I'm afraid.
There doesn't happen to be like a gap underneath this.
You know what? I reckon there is a gap you could roll a marble under because it's stone floor, wooden door. I reckon
Because I can pass through the door.
Yeah, so you
So I
pass
can
through the door.
so I just kind of like
as far
yeah,
down
like-
as possible and scuttle through. You stick your head through first, and you
Yeah.
can see that there's no one around at the moment. You can see in the kitchen a woman cooking, but she doesn't seem to notice you, and no one else around.
What else is like? What's the layout?
It's a mostly open sort of cottage. You're in a little door in the corner that sort of seems to lead down, basically right next to a kitchen, which opens up into which was the sort of foyer area. The other side is this nice sort of lounge-looking area with a fire, and then in the corner, a bit further away, is quite a large room. It is more doors for like the room that Zegith was in, the rooms that they would sleep in. It's quite a large sort of. It's not a square shape; it's more of an L shape.
Would I know from talking to the others about the other anti-magic thing how what the radius is on this?
You would have no idea because you don't know what the difference is in the big and the small one. You know but you would have been told before the big one was like more than a city size.
Yeah. I'm gonna try. I want to try. Oh,
Sorry, I was just going to say, I know obviously I'm not being super helpful here, but I just realised
50 feet.
that it was very good that I did not steal the horse and ride onto the town.
Yep.
yeah. You are not
Yeah.
wrong.
If you start walking outside, you'll find quite quickly that you end up being about 50 feet out, and it's like you've got a chain attached to you. You just can't go any further.
Yeah. I just want to like see if I can like throw it. Yeah, throw it into like a.
You
or
just
something.
launch it, and this little across the ground.
I want it to go into bushes or foliage or something that's going to hide it.
You're inside, so it goes into.
Oh, I thought you said if I go outside.
No, as in going outside of the basement. Sorry, I meant to say you can't go.
Oh right. Well, I want to try and get out of the house if I can.
Within 50 feet, you can't get to any of the doors and stuff. Plus, they would, that they would notice if the door opened.
It's a massive. I know.
Because your body is in the basement down below, and you are now on a floor above and trying to move away. You're getting to the edges of a sphere.
Yeah, but I mean, 50 feet is still.
Just throw the bloody thing.
I don't. Fine. I mean, because I can pass through walls, so I really only need to find a gap that is like small enough to get a marble through outside of the house.
None of the windows are currently open.
That'd be too easy.
I think he's saying good things will happen if you just throw.
I guess I'll just throw it.
Wait, do you?
Or bad things. I don't know.
This is gonna sound stupid.
Well, I can't get much worse.
Do the toilets in Shell flush? Is there like
No. There's no flushing.
Is there indoor plumbing at this lake cabin?
If you could just flush it away and it just starts traveling around the sewer systems of the continent, that would be fantastic.
It would
That'd be
fuck up so
hilarious.
many
Yeah,
things on the way to
yeah.
wherever it's going. Just like anti-magic
God.
just flying through the pipes.
Anyway, because we need to finish fairly.
Anyway, yes, I'll throw
You
it.
throw it towards the other side as hard as you can. There's just this little across the ground. At which point, the ladies maybe like tries to look around. I'm sure you dip back through the door. And yes, it is far enough away. It seems the distance isn't actually that far. This tiny wee little marble can do. It seems proportional, and you guys both recognize at this point that you have a nice ability to escape. But you're going to have to hold on to whatever you're planning on doing because we need to end the session.
Can I get back into my robot body first?
You wander back, just absolutely exhausted, like this is taking everything out of you, back into the body, and you are just, even now the machine starts back up, sapping your power, you're just so, you can barely move your limbs, it's like, as you try and
Someone to get me out of this thing, please.
and at that point, yes, we will have to end at the session. I'm sorry. Zegeth has one arm now.
For now.
You already designed another figure with a mechanical arm for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm
We have to end at the
100% positive that you've done that already.
Rocket's going to give him a fancy arm.
You're just gonna have to do. You just have to find.
Zegeth just wasn't powerful enough, so we're giving him a mechanical arm as well.
You're going to have to contact Purdy, Elsie. So, bad news.
It's literally the strangest things of he will get better. That's like at some point in the future I will.
Or in this case, he will get improved.
No, as in literally at some point in the future I will be able to grow a new arm.
Yeah, just Deadpool and baby arm.
Yeah. Unless he
will get upgraded.
Mechanical arms are pretty powerful anyway, so it depends on what he wants. Anyway, like I said, I have to rush off pretty quickly, so thank you very much for
Well,
joining.
your fault for starting shit.
Yeah, pretty sure. Welcome to the Cannibal's house.
Yay.
And I know that we were talking about TikTok a little bit earlier. I think you got the wrong meaning of cottagecore. Cottage is not a hardcore cottage.
Oof.
Yeah, it definitely is a hardcore log cabin.
That is not.
See, alternative, cottagecore as the aesthetic of hooking up with gay men in a public bathroom.
Anyway, like I said, we'll have to do some awkward waves as I abandon fairly quickly.
Everyone is awkward waving apart from Zegeth, who's only waving with one arm.
Bye.